Do I see bottom? I think I have bottom in sight. Yep. Bottom in sight.
Definitely. Yay.
High pack.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're coming in on the western side of this mound, it looks like. Southwestern side, really. And it's probably coir rubble, which is encouraging. But let's get a little closer and take a peek.
Yep, we'll be getting our second water sample as I get set up here.
I see some fishes. See them up there?
Yeah.
At noon?
Noon's
There's also
straight in front of us.
Yeah, a rat tail or something
Yeah.
in the center. And I do believe we already did our color correction card, so I don't think we need to work on that.
No.
So
And the water temperature is about 7 degrees. And once again, the deep water on the Lake Plateau has two main sources. One is the Antarctic intermediate bottom water. So it has a long way from its origin to get here. And the other is from the upper Labrador Sea. That water sinks and then comes in across from the more from the southeast.
Yep. We also have the Florida Current, so that's coming in from the Bahamas, between the Bahamas and the Keys.
Yeah, on the surface.
Between the Bahamas and the Keys at the surface. So it's like a really dynamic water body. I think I see standing dead Lophelia at 9-ish. Yep.
Yep.
So it's hard to tell from this distance, but I'm pretty sure this is coir rubble. It's like 98% covered. The little white patches are some exposed sediment or sediment on top. We're a little too far up for me to be able to tell. A couple of fish hanging out. Maybe some gorgonians in the distance, but once D2 sets up and our pilots settle down and get everything situated and feel good, then we'll take off. We're going to head upslope.
Yeah, and we'll be picking up our second sample of the day.
You can. This is NOAA Ocean Exploration, and we are on Windows of the Deep 2021. You can follow NOAA Ocean Explorer on Twitter at Ocean Explorer, or on Facebook at Ocean Exploration Research, or on Instagram at NOAA Ocean Exploration. Or you can follow me on Twitter, Stephanie, at Deep Sea Nerdy, or Facebook and Instagram at Deep Sea Nerd. And then you can follow Alan at Collins _ Noah SI, or on Facebook at Alan Collins Zoologist. I don't know what your at is. I don't think you have an at.
No, I don't think so.
Got to fix that.
Oh.
I'll show you how to fix that.
Thanks.
Then you can get an at. Yeah. And then a lot of our videographers and photographers on the ship have really good Instagram follows, and I can get those for you. I do not have them in front of me right now, but they're definitely worth following.
There we have our second.
Oh, water sample done?
Yep.
All right, on bottom water sample taken. That would be 2W.
Did you know that NOAA expects to take more than 100,000 eDNA samples within the next decade?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And that's just from a survey that I worked on at the museum.
That is a ton of data.
It is a ton of data.
Yeah, so if you want to listen to our pilots, you can actually tune into, I think, feed 2 or feed 3 has the pilot audio. You used to be able to get them both on the same, and like one speaker did one and the other speaker did science, but now they switched it up. So science is on feed 1, and then the audio with chatter between the pilots and our videographers is on feed 3.
2. Is that 3?
3, and then both of us are on feed 2.
Ah.
So you can hear us all together on feed 2. But feed 2 is D2, so you're going to see the video footage from above. You could also just mute us and listen to classical music if you wanted.
You got options.
Half the show's the audio.
Half the show's the audio.
Only shows half the story.
So I'm anxious to get down there and see what we see.
Yeah, we're close. We're getting there. I see a little gorgonian here at 3. My guess is that, I mean, most of this stuff has been collected. Most of the stuff on Lophelia reefs
has been sampled well.
Yes, we have many samples out for Clistes and Lophelia, and these species are pretty common across most Lophelia reefs. So my recommendation would be to get to the top, see what this looks like, and then we should start maybe sampling up there if we want to do some Aspire collections and stuff. However, if you see something in the water column you think is beneficial to science, I see no harm in pausing for a second.
Sure, I think we've got
jelly.
Plenty of time. And we also have our community scientists.
Go ahead, pilot. All right. Yeah, if you could just kind of just snap zoom on the bottom, I just want to check the rubble out real quick and make it fast, and then we can keep going. Thank you. Got a little primnoid, maybe some really fine feathery gorgonians or octocorals. Yep, and that is coral rubble. So that's promising for having this be a living Lophelia reef, but we thought the same thing 2 days ago and got to the top and there was only one colony. So we'll see. That's good, thank you. Yes, this is 100% covered with coral rubble. Pretty old, dead.
Yeah.
Been here for a while.
You can see the corallites all eroded out.
Mm-hmm. Really minimal amount of fauna otherwise from this distance, and of course if you get deep into the look closely into the rubble, there's a lot more stuff than you're seeing with your naked eye from this far away. But
we have a little macrofauna. You see these small fans showing up on the horizon. I think there's a couple different kinds, right?
Yeah, I think there might even be a bamboo coral at 2. A little far away, though. And some cutthroat eels. So what's the plan for the rest of the day? Anyway, we don't do one on top. And then do one on maybe the first mound?
Yeah, maybe the first mound and
second
top
mound?
of the second mound. Leave us one for
Fancy pantsy areas.
something else.
Got some Cutthroat Eels coming in at 9. Yeah, you can snap zoom on him if you want. Maybe some sponges in the background. There we go. There's a common species out here. Very nice.
Yeah. See his eyes. His mouth extends below the bottom of his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So
he looks pretty happy or grumpy. I'm not sure which. Oh, we can see the. Oh, did he catch something? He looked like he was gonna. And oh, he's just a wiggler. I thought maybe you've seen a little bit of the rippling in the water, which is either caused by a salinity mixing or a temperature mixing.
Mm-hmm.
And the temperature here is 6.9, and the temperature on D2, which is about 15 meters above us, is at 7.5. So it's like a couple degree and a half difference between. Oh, of course, they're in Celsius. Sorry.
right.
We usually use metric in science, and I know when we talk to Americans, it even confuses me, and I've been using metric for a long time, so my brain will go back and forth between feet and meters, and I'll confuse myself. So I'm like, wait, it's 3,000 what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up in the military.
So they use metric?
So, yeah, we got a lot of metric. Don't know why we haven't switched.
They tried in the 70s, and that failed miserably, I think.
Yeah. So Scott France in the chat does temper our sort of conclusion that all of this has been sampled, because we know that we got something we've been seeing over and over again. We got a request for it because it hadn't been sampled. So it's a lot of it has been seen and well documented visually. But there are some things for which we still need physical samples. So we'll have to rely on the chat room to let us know.
Sounds good.
So what was that little fan that we just saw there?
That was either
dark.
a hydroid or an antipatherian.
I thought it was an antipatherian.
I didn't get close enough to see it. Black coral. Yeah. We got a little bit of standing dead coral here. And I'm seeing that rippling. Do you see the rippling, Alan?
Yeah, a little bit, for sure.
Is that water column rippling? Ooh, here's a different fish.
Absolutely different.
Cuskeel? I don't know. I'm just going to make guesses at this point. Here's a fish, guys. I need a fish guy to tell me what its name is.
I got a cuskeel.
Yeah, a cuskeel's
likely
coming in. Or more cutthroats coming in. Small primnoids.
Let's see, its body is much thicker than the cutthroats.
He's got some tendrils, barbels underneath his chin. He's moving around quick, huh? Currents in the current. Hello. Pretty cool.
It's very nice. So I'm trying to get a handle on which direction the current is flowing down there. Is it coming north to south right at this point?
We are facing...
Oh, I see. We're facing...
this way, so it's cutting across the screen. So it's coming from
northeast
northeast to southwest, which is odd. I mean, usually the current around here is coming up from the south, so it could be just a local eddy or counter current. That happens sometimes. These white patches of sediment poking out. For the most part, this is all coral rubble. So these mounds are made through hundreds of thousands of years of coral growing, and then the base of that coral dying and filling in with sediment. And then over time, it can grow up to 300 meters tall. Up in Norway, I think that's where the largest one is. And they have cored down to the bottom of one of these. The one was 100 meters tall, I think. Again, now we're going back and forth from metric and imperial, and I'm confusing myself.
Yeah.
100 meters tall.
Yeah.
And at the base of it, in the core, it was over 1 million years old. So these take
a long time to build up.
Yep, geologic time scale we're talking. And it's normal for us to see this rubble on the sides of these mounds. Oh, we got some standing coral up here at 11. Ooh, he's different.
Yeah, I took a little
fishy.
look.
I think his lateral line goes from like the top of his head. Usually they start like even more flat than that.
Mm-hmm.
It's different. It looks almost like a barracuda. Or way too deep for barracuda, but maybe a relative. There's a pretty blue line on the top of his back. That counter shading makes for great camouflage down here. So if you were looking up at him, say you were an ambush predator and you're going to look up at him, he would disappear in the water column because he's lighter on the bottom. Mm-hmm. And if you were above him looking down, he would disappear in the water column because he's blue on the top. So that's neat. We got
cool.
something blue center screen. Probably a blue sponge. You guys see it at 6 o'clock? There you go. Probably about 10 centimeters. I see crinoid. Oh. Can we zoom in on that blue? Yeah, we collected something similar last week.
Yeah.
With these really large oscules and the membranes around them.
Definitely similar to this. This is kind of purplish, right?
Yeah, purpley blue, like blue color. The other one was very much brighter, I think. But when we got it up on the surface, it was actually just an encruster. So really thin, fine sponge that just almost peeled off its substrate. Of course, I didn't pick at it very much because I wanted to keep it intact. But that's the texture this has on the surface. And we don't know what it is.
Probably a pieceless sclerid of some sort.
There you go.
Yeah.
Pieceless sclerid is a family of sponges, demosponges.
Yes. And you might have made out a comatulid crinoid and ophiuroid also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got a little sea fan at 9 o'clock.
It would be great if we can get a zoom in on that.
It's probably a primnoid or very fine, sparsely. Yep. It could be the one in center screen, but we can look at the white one next. Maybe a bamboo coral. I don't see the ringing on the polyps, but I also don't see
the nodes.
So I'm not sure what to do with this one.
Primnoid.
Primnoid, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. can see some associates on it. Small ones, small, probably amphipods.
Oh yeah, a little mysis shrimp or something. Look at him.
Mm-hmm.
Got little red eyes.
Red eyes, exactly. There's a bunch of them nearby.
Making that their little house. And
Check out the white.
That white.
Looked a bit like a stylosterid, yeah?
Yep. And then a little solitary cup corals I'm seeing. Oh, and a ophiuroid. You can see that is a stylaster.
Now that's a member of the group Hydrozoa, which has a lot of the jellyfish in it, but this is a hydrozoan colony that secretes a calcium carbonate skeleton, a nice hard skeleton. Oh, and you can see the little, you can see its very, very fine tentacles extended. You can just make those out.
It's very Madrepora-ish with the zigzagging. But yeah, I can see the little tiny hair polyps. There's some ophiuroids around. That one has a pink center with white legs, arms, I guess. I think that cutthroat eel might have a parasite on it. That looks funny. It went off screen though, so. There he is, swimming away. So we got a slight rise here. Maybe a 25-degree slope based on what I'm looking at, but it's difficult to tell unless we turn sideways. So the angle of the camera can mess that up. All right, we got a little gorgonian and some white, small white, maybe sponges in the distance. That'd be nice. Can we zoom on that guy at 6? Oh, I think I see cladorized sponges.
Well, that's exciting.
There's quite a few of them. Yeah, so you got a piece of standing dead coral with a...
Very spiky looking sponges there.
Cladorized sponges. We collected a couple of these a few days ago. They are likely cladorizids, which is a type of carnivorous sponge.
Those are beautiful.
They are. Look how neat.
I don't think we really have one of our Chris sponge experts in there.
Yeah, any texture. Well, she's in California, so she might not be awake yet.
Curious if these are something that would be good to collect or not.
We got these. Oh, look at the worm in the middle.
To me, these don't look the same as the others. No.
It looks like little mushrooms. You can see like the foot of that one over there.
Although.
And then when we get them on the surface, they kind of deflate.
Oh, and you can spot a nice little worm right between there.
Purple guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we pick that up, we're gonna be sampling associates for 2 hours. It's a lot there. We also see I'm blanking. Hold on. Alcinacea. Pseudodrypha.
A little nephtheid just below. Yeah.
And a stylaster at 6. Maybe a hexactinellid sponge, center screen.
I think we should take a look at it.
Can we peek at that poofy white thing that's coming into center right now, right below the eel? Oh, Heterotella maybe? I think Venus is...
Yeah.
wine glass or something. What are they called? Do you remember their common name?
Oh my God. No.
I always call them the
one.
wedding sponge because they give them away as wedding gifts because of the two shrimp that
So
live
this
inside.
does look like definitely a euplectellid.
Euplectellid, okay.
Yeah. And this is not euplectella.
Yeah.
So it is one of the allied genera, like, as you said, maybe Heterotella or Dictyalis. You can see the nice sieve plate on top. And this is, as Steph was saying, one of the sponges that sometimes shrimp will grow up inside of.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a really nice view.
You can see the shrimp moving around inside it at the top.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
So these shrimp settle down as larvae and then live out their entire lives inside this sponge. Yeah, I think this is most likely Heterotella. It's very similar to what we saw a couple dives ago. Another good possibility, though, is Dictyalis or...
Venus's flower basket is the common name of these.
Oh, you can really see the
shrimp
in there very nicely.
You can see his claws. They spend their whole lives in there.
It's hard to get that view. That's nice.
Maybe we can look down into the oscule of one if we get a good angle on it. I'm sure we'll see more. They're pretty common out here on these reefs. We got some standing dead coral, it looks like. What is this yellow here? Can we zoom in on that yellow? That's it, right above center? Maybe a rock or something. Yeah, a little yellow sponge or something.
Get a zoom in there.
Mm-hmm. Good morning. Who's joining us?
Hi, Stephanie. It's John.
Hey, John. How are you?
I'm fine.
What's going on today?
We need some sponge people here.
I know.
Go wake up Christina.
Again, I can text her and see if she'll get up. Yeah,
that's a good-looking sponge.
It looks almost like dough, like Play-Doh or bread dough. Oh, what is that?
Just to the left of it?
Yeah, is that
very long legs?
Is it a spider? Is it a pycnogonid?
I don't think it's a pycnogonid.
That's very weird. Yeah, zoom. Can we zoom on that more or no?
Do we have any more zoom?
Yeah, Max zoomed out. It looks like a pycnogonid. It may be some crazy amphipod, like super long legs or something, but we only see 6 legs.
Scott France thinks it's might be an isopod, but also we have Tina says it looks more like a pycnogonid. So I'm glad we're not the only ones that aren't quite sure. But the abdomen area seems so large, large to me for a pycnogonid.
Looks like we've got a couple of standing dead Lophelia. I got a cutthroat eel in front of us. Some small gorgonians. Yep, that looks like the top of the rounded part of this mound. We are hardly at the top of it, though, so.
You got a ways to go.
Yeah. Does anyone know? Go ahead.
I was looking at the temperature. It is quite a bit cooler than the temperature the other day, I guess Friday.
Yeah. On
the deeper mound. So we're about 7 degrees. I believe that other mound was what, like 10?
Yeah. It was warmer, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wonder how much that had an effect on the fact that one wasn't living any longer.
I don't know.
Yeah, they are restricted to 12 degrees, right? Is their max they can tolerate, John? Do I have that right?
Well, they can go warmer. They can go up to 12, 14 degrees, but the primary mounds, the Lophelia mounds, tend to be in the 10 to 12 range, or 8 to 12 degrees centigrade.
Okay, so they can tolerate up to 14, maybe for short stints.
Yeah, probably shorter periods.
Can you go look at that, Carl, that just went off screen? Sorry. Go ahead, John.
We dove on a shallow Lophelia mound off Jacksonville, in 200 meters of water, which is the shallowest Lophelia mound that we've found in the western Atlantic. And they figured it could live there because it was a zone of fairly permanent upwelling, so it got pretty cool water, even though it was only 200-meter depth.
Yeah. So it just really depends on the dynamics of the water movement, where these things can thrive, and that really changes. It can change quickly. So if these grow so slow that if it's maintaining that, if it's able to grow in that area, that means it has to have had that cold water upwell for a really long time. So it's pretty consistent. It's kind of neat. So we also have, this is Afrocalistes.
Yeah.
And our first living Lophelia.
Yeah, living Lophelia, Afrocalistes colonized by zoanthids. Nice yellow zoanthids.
The Biomedical Research Department at Harvard Branch has found that Afrocalistes has a lot of strong secondary metabolites that are anti-cancer agents. So that's really cool. But yeah, you can see this beautiful Lophelia. When you get a chance, can you flick the lasers on so I can get a size? You can see the small corallites. And
you can see a worm head right there looking at us?
Yeah, right there at the bottom.
Hello. And that's an expressive face, don't you think?
Yeah. Until he starts moving, and then it's going to give me the willies. It looks like there's also a clatorizid behind it.
Sponge in there.
That's different. That's branching sponge in the background. And you can see the polyps are in, but on the one at it's alive, I can see the polyps are it's like soft film, but they're tucked, so you can't really see them right now. But when they're open, they look like, little anemone, typical coral.
That's a unicid worm. Apparently.
Unicid?
Mm-hmm. Unicidae. Might be unici. Wow, the zoanthids are just really, really beautiful.
They are nice yellow. So I don't think anyone's ever figured out why they grow on some but not others. So like we'll see one hexactinella that doesn't have any zoanthids, and then the one right next to it does.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if anyone really knows if they're
the nature of the relationship.
yeah, if it's a positive one or if it's mutually beneficial. I don't think anyone's figured that out yet. So we did collect 2 of these this cruise that had, it was Feria, though. It was a different species of sponge, but a relative. So both hexactinellids and similar zoanthids, it looks like.
Yeah,
me.
I think so.
Or colonial anemones. I'm not really sure what they are. We'll find out. Collected them for genetics and...
Likely zoanthids.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Africalystes is one of the Aspire targets for connectivity studies, so that might be something worth collecting when we get to the top.
I would imagine they would want one without zoanthids in it.
Yes, that would make life simpler.
Yeah, less DNA to sort through.
And I think they have been; those zoanthids have been sampled a number of times.
Another standing dead coral with possible living on top. It looks like a cusk eel or something going off screen. Can we zoom in on the 4 o'clock? Yep, now it's 6 o'clock. The white. There might even be 2. I'm not sure what this second white one is. I also have a solitary stalked gorgonian. Yeah, there's one with its polyps out on the lower left and one without in the middle. Hey, who's tuning in?
Tim Swain.
Hi.
Hey,
how
Tim,
are you?
how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, awesome.
Great. Tell us about zoanthids.
Yeah, I just spotted that zoanthid that you had on a sponge there. I wasn't sure about the species of sponge, nor the zoanthid for that matter.
You weren't sure what they were?
No, I'm not sure what they were, but always of interest. So you were asking about whether or not you had colonizations on sponges that were sort of immediately adjacent to each other, and it's not uncommon for like shallow water edema sponges in the Caribbean too. The reason there is, I think, just about colonization, right? They happen to find the one next to it and not the adjacent one.
Ah.
Just pure
But
happenstance.
I do think those were all zoanthids, right? So you'd mentioned that they were colonial, that they might be colonial anemones, but I do think that those were zoanthids.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So that looks like Madrepora to me. But it also looks like
is that what we saw
Stylaster.
before?
Yes, and it also looks like I think it's Stylaster because I can see the tiny polyps, and they are little hairs.
Yes.
Not that one in the middle, though. That one is a barnacle.
The really long tentacles could be specialized zooids, individual zooids that are called dactylozoids, which are protective.
Hey, who's chiming in? And then we have this solitary gorgonian. It's white.
We haven't gotten a look at one with the whip gorgonian yet, right?
The black coral you're talking about?
No, I meant the sort of with a single axis.
Yeah.
That gorgonian.
No. It looks like a corallomorph coming in at dead center. Pink.
I wonder if Tim can chime in on this. This looks like a corallomorph rather than an anemone, right?
I think so, based on its shape.
The width of the base.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going for the orange anemone or the pink thing just above it?
Orange anemone, right? The big orange anemone. Yeah. So the pink thing above it is a solitary cup coral, but the big one at the base, I believe, is a corallimorph. It's got really neat polyps with the little beady balls on the end, bubble tipped. Really large mouth, large oral surface, and then its mouth in the middle.
Yeah, and you can see how it's long and skinny.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're good whenever you guys are.
So they have a little bit of bilateral symmetry to them. Anthozoans typically do with,
a little squished.
yeah, squished and, yeah. Yes, Tina Molodoltseva suggests that really wasn't an anemone. True actiniarian, I guess.
Okay. Do we have a name for those? I see them a lot.
No, that's a good question. And I know that anemones are relatively difficult to collect with the ROV. But
Zumia, maybe? We got a rat tail at 6 o'clock. A little bit of standing dead coral, mostly rubble though. And these gorgonians. Really sparsely
nice
branched. Cutthroat.
Cutthroat flyby.
I feel like we have a lot more fish on this dive than the last couple dives.
I think so too.
Can we look at something at 9? We got an Adzumia, and then something smaller. So there's a fish dead center, and then when we're done with that, we have something not moving at like 7 o'clock. Yeah, little rat tail.
Mm-hmm.
He's hanging out amongst a little bit of relief there in the dead coral.
See lots of little polyps there.
Mm-hmm. Primnoid, maybe. Some sponges. I believe there's a barnacle right in front of him. Hey, buddy. Just chilling.
I've seen Azumi a lot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, when you guys are done, if you could zoom back out and then to the lower left. Oh, there's little cup corals. Maybe some anemones. I think I see a hermit crab. And then we even have some live coral in the background, it looks like. So did we lose that little sponge, Alan?
Yeah, I think we lost it. That's all right. I think we can keep moving.
Okay, there it is, right off screen. Little blue guy.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's that same blue that we saw before.
Is that a sea star at 9? Yeah, that looks like the similar blue sponge with the large oscules and the membrane around the edges. So this seems to be an encrusting species based on the sample we picked up last week. So it's probably just growing right along that.
Right.
dead Carl.
Yeah, yep.
The old dead Carl. And I think I saw a sea star. If we could do the sea star next, that is coming into view. It's at about 10 o'clock. Cutthroats are active today. Moving around all over the place. Yeah, so now it's at 9 o'clock. It might be a brittle star now that we're a little closer. Look at that chunk of clatterized sponges up there.
Whoa.
Pick
Those
that
are
whole
really
thing
cool.
up. You could pick that whole thing up. Yeah, it looks like brittle star maybe coming into view. About center screen. Another euplectellid maybe at the top.
Almost certainly that's euplectellid. Cool. You see the star?
There's 3 stars in that scene right now in a triangle.
Oh, I see. There's some down here on the side. I think they're probably all the same species, that red central disc. 5 arms. They're a brittle star. I can see them moving around a lot. Sea stars are not that fast.
Except maybe some Brisingids are fast, right?
I don't know.
Are they not?
I don't see them moving a lot. He's pretty neat. He's got a puffy central disc, some white arms. He looks really soft.
He does.
Squishy. He's almost see-through. Got a little bit of transparency there. Cool.
It's very nice.
I don't know what to call him besides Brittle Star.
Chris Ma is in the chat. He ought to be telling us.
Does he have a name for him?
I assume he does, but he hasn't shared it yet.
Really cool.
Very fleshy, this guy, right? Does not look hard at all.
Like a coating of flesh on the outside, yeah.
His name is the Weird Brittle Star.
The Weird Brittle Star.
That's
His
what,
name is George.
That's what Steph said.
Sweet.
Yeah, that guy's cool. So if he doesn't, Chris thinks it's new. What? Since there's 3 here, why don't we get him?
Can we stop and get this Brittle Star, pilots? He's going to be, I'd be afraid to suck him up just because he looks like
So
fragile.
gentle?
But how do you grab him with a claw? I think you're going to have to
suck it up.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to suck him up.
Could, I don't know how fast it can reverse, but you could blow.
Yeah, like poof him up and then vacuum him up. So this is an unidentified at this point. If Chris Ma doesn't know what he is.
And he thinks it's new.
And he thinks it's new. It may be a new species. He's the authority out here. Does he have... Chris, do you have anything better than Ophiuroidea? So this is start sample 3B.
Yeah.
Dive 14. Hey, is this Chris Ma?
It is. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy
How are
Sunday.
you? Yeah, you too.
Yeah, so this is something that we saw on one of the prior Okeanos dives a few years ago. It has that same distinct red disc. I was comparing this with stuff that's been collected from this area, and one of the irritating things about a lot of the early specimens is that the trawl stuff was all damaged very badly, and and it's now all dried on top of it. So it's really hard to tell, but I suspect one of these days, and you're collecting a specimen, so we'll be able to sort of look at an intact one and determine what it is. I think it's an Ophiomyxid, or one of the really bizarre deep water families that even I have trouble remembering the name for. The brittle star groups are extremely difficult, and they were recently all reorganized thanks to new data on their relationships. So collecting this one would really be helpful, because especially if it's collected intact, because that disc is almost perfectly, it's like a big fleshy bag, and and I think prior specimens that we have, that even the wet ones are pretty badly messed up. So
do you think it
any chance to get a good one would be great.
Do you think it would be good for us to preserve him in formalin since he's so soft-bodied, or do you think ethanol is the best choice?
Because formalin will. Well, the first thing is that I think the molecular evidence that could be gained from a specimen like this is more important than trying to preserve the.
We're going to take a DNA sample. We'll take a DNA sample before he goes anywhere near formalin. No,
I still, generally speaking, I try to keep formalin away from echinoderms as much as possible.
Okay. No problem. I like to not use formalin on anything, just because it's toxic. So
yes,
try to minimize that
chemical.
Yeah.
And just for everybody's benefit, I spent a little time looking up some of the sea urchin specimens, the stuff that we saw yesterday. So I have a better idea now what lives out here. One of the great things about this repository that all of these specimens go to, the National Museum of Natural History, is that we have a historical record of a lot of the things that come from these areas, and if we're lucky, we've already got one in the collection that we can refer to. So a lot of the specimens that we saw for the sea urchins, for example, it turns out I think we already have representatives of, and so the next time we see some of them, I think I have a good chance of getting at least the genus correct, because we have some of them right outside my office, and so I'm looking forward to any of the new echinoderms that we might see today.
Maybe the Okeanos we saw, the Okeanos that we had seen the other day. Is that something I think Alan said that you thought maybe a new?
It was Tylodes, I think.
Tylodes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just a very pale white one, but.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't see what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
But there are maybe four or five different species of things that occur out this way that are most likely to be seen, including that. What was that? The weird little deep sea thing you got. On the first or second day.
Oh, it's all a blur now. I don't even know.
The Habrosideros.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I was just checking the database. I think the last time we had a collection, we added a specimen of that to the collection was in the 60s.
Oh, my goodness.
And although I don't have the photo of the specimen, based on how delicate the one we collected was, there's one specimen, the holotype of a Hawaiian species that was collected, and it's literally fragments. It's just... I don't know what it was like when it was collected, but it was collected in the 1900s, and what we have left now is largely just a bunch of fragmentary plates. So the fact that this is the disparity between sort of how the specimens that we have on hand and what Okeanos has now, the difference is amazing, and that's why it's so hard sometimes for scientists to identify a lot of these species, even though we've known about them for over 100 years.
Get that shrimp too.
For a lot of these is just completely, is very poor, and so and even for the tangible things, I don't even know how bad it might be for jellies, but we'll see how it goes for something gelatinously.
Well, we'll try
like this brittle star.
Yeah.
We'll try to take some good pictures in the lab as well, if it comes in intact.
Yes, that would be lovely. And
there we go.
Maybe. Woohoo! And then we can probably even collaborate and
he's in
and DNA this thing and see maybe what it is at long last.
Awesome. Yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, feel free to chime in if there's
also
anything new. Go ahead.
Yeah. but it's also ecologically very unusual for brittle stars because, for all of the brittle stars that are in this area are all essentially hiding or living on their hosts. These ophiomyxid things, or whatever they are, they're just hanging out there in the open like that. It's really strange. So I don't know if they have chemical defenses or if the fleshy disc somehow imparts some other kind of defense that isn't clear. If you manage to pull, when you collect this and you pull it up in the box, if it has like a tremendous amount of mucus, I hope you'll let me know. That would really be interesting.
Yeah, we'll take notes on how snotty it is.
Snottiness is something that I look forward to all the time, Alan. Anyway, thanks. Good work, and my compliments to the pilot today. I'm not sure who it was, but fine work.
Excellent. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Take a little peek at the sponge. Yeah, I think it might be nice. At the bottom, yes. We are interested in those white spiky balls. While we're here and they're so well set up, and so we're going to snag a Bicicladia spa. I was just seeing that large fish swimming by up ahead.
Oh yeah, big guy out there. Number 4 is going to be the cladorized sponge. Samples 1 and 2 were water, right? Okay. Whoa, fishy. Fish butt.
Yeah, the fish are kind of confused by the lights. Not always happy when the ROV is down there.
Yeah, right. So we're shooting for these cladorizeds, but it looks like there's a piece of Lophelia living on it too.
Yeah, we could get Lophelia, and there's I saw some, maybe the beginning of an Anthomastus, or well, we'll see what comes in.
Yeah. But we're going to call the main species cladorized, and then everything else will be associated.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I put Abyssocladia down as the field identification for now.
Oop. That little piece of Lophelia is not very tightly stuck to it. If that comes in, it's fine. Oh, there's actually cladorizeds on that. There you go. Can you give a couple more of those poof balls? If it's not too much trouble. You could, in theory, pick the whole thing up, too. We'd be fine with that.
Yeah, well,
Dump that whole thing in a bucket.
Although it's...
I think some cladorizeds came in on that piece of Lophelia. That's what it looked like to me.
I'm pretty sure they did.
You want to call it quits? Cut it off?
Yeah, let's stop then.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks. So that went in bucket 2, right?
Canister 2?
Yeah.
Great collect. Thank you.
So that's end sampling of 4B.
And make a note that there looks like there's an associate, a little Lophelia.
Yeah.
Could be used for genetic connectivity studies. And I just wanted to comment on that, something that Tim Swain passed on. He's a zoanthidian expert and was talking about how new species of zoanthid was described on Africalistes from the Pacific this past year. And
wow.
And that this zoanthid did not match that species. So this,
Was
in
it the
fact,
same species of Africalisted?
probably
Africalistes?
different species of
okay.
Africalistes as well. So he thinks that it's likely that this zoanthid is not yet described.
Okay.
Although we may have already gotten one for him and anyone else to look at on our a few dives ago associated with Pharea. It certainly looked quite similar to that one, but not an expert.
Yeah.
Hi, Alan.
Hey, John.
At Harbor Branch Oceanographic, we've collected quite a few of these of the Africalistes, both with and zoanthids. So they are in our museum.
Oh, good.
If people want to take a look at the zoanthids, we could probably pull up a few.
You can rent them out like a library book.
Mm-hmm.
What is that pink thing in the water?
Oh. That is a fish.
Oh, it looks like a Darwin slimehead or orange ruffy-ish. They changed the name to orange ruffy because no one wants to eat a fish called a slimehead. So you should all know that.
Is that really an orange ruffy?
It looks similar, but I don't think it's an orange ruffy. It looks similar to it. Probably a slimehead. It's got a really big mouth.
He's cool looking. I'm curious what's going on with its head.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. A red bream, maybe?
Red bream, okay.
I don't know. No, that doesn't fit. My apologies. We got a great view of it, and I think that at least a while ago, Darwin's Ruffy is what Mike Vecchione guesses.
Yeah. We got a live Lophelia coming in at noon. Yep. And some standing dead coral at the base here. And even at the top it looks like, ooh, there's some standing dead coral here.
Looks like there's a little live in there.
Mm-hmm. So we're approaching close to the top of this first local high. And it seems to be getting a little more rugose. What is that at 3 o'clock? That's weird. Okay, we'll look at it next.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a 20 centimeter tall, roughly, standing dead coral with a little piece of live there. Maybe 30 centimeters tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that white coral at the 9 o'clock side of it. There's lots of stuff living in here. I've got at least a couple gorgonians, some stylaster pieces, piece of living Lophelia.
Soft coral.
Mm-hmm. 4 or 5 soft corals, a solitary cup coral, a yellow gorgonian, Yeah, it's just housing a bunch of species in this 30-centimeter tall standing dead coral rubble pile.
Yeah, you can really...
Yeah, sure. You can zoom in. The yellow one is...
Yeah, let's look at the... Oh, yeah. Upper left's fine. But let's make sure we get a good look at that yellow one in the bottom right, too. Oh, it's got a nice pinnate agglophenid hydroid on the top of it, too.
So there's an anthomastus and some, looks like some small anemones, or there's a little pink anemone to the right that's sucked in. Then we got Pseudodrypha, which is the alcinacean, or the soft coral at the top and the bottom. Then we got a lot of these brittle stars with the long spines on them. Hydroids. A white gorgonian. You just zoom in, there's like 50 things just like right there.
Yeah, you can really see how much life this structure can attract. That's just
What is this? What is this at 6 o'clock? Can you pan down a little bit? And then dead center right now. There's a little white, maybe cladorizid sponge? What is that?
I see polyps exiting on both sides. It's just a little down to the right from where you're looking.
Yeah. That guy, yeah. Maybe a tiny gorgonian. Oh, here's a teeny tiny ophiuroid with no spine, like a few spines on the top. That's at like 5 o'clock.
Is that an urchin?
Yeah. What did I say? Ophiuroid?
Yeah.
Echinoderm?
Yeah.
Echinoidea? Sorry.
But I'm really interested in that little white guy that you pointed out
first.
first.
It might be a baby gorgonian.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Plexaurid, I guess. Or maybe...
Here's a little mollusk gastropod. There's a solitary cup coral, and then here's that yellow gorgonian.
This just looks like a really delicate... Is that like...
Guess.
Paramyricea?
Paramyricea. What else? What are they saying on the chat?
Yellow is Acanthogorgia.
Thank you.
Good to know. Boy, this is...
A ton of stuff here.
So much. Yeah, and you see the stylasterids in there.
Yeah, stylasteridae. No, if you could zoom out, there was something at 3 off screen that was weird.
Yeah, and we have still a ways to go to get to the local high.
Yeah. Oh, wow, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's now at 2 o'clock. Right at the edge of the screen, it's white. It might be Lophelia, but it looks funky. Yeah.
Just in that one clump, so much.
I know.
And we only looked at...
Like a tiny piece of it.
A little tiny one side of it.
I think this is a Lophelia colony. Okay. Yeah. Can we... Yeah, that guy. He looks funny looking. That looks like Madrepora, maybe.
1, 2, 3.
This is the zigzag coral. So this looks like a piece of Lophelia with Madrepora growing with it. So you can see that's Madrepora.
Oh, yeah.
It's really zigzaggy.
Mm-hmm.
And you can... Now the polyps look like polyps and less like hairs. So what we were looking at before, which has sort of the zigzag shape as a stylaster or a hydrocoral, this one is a true coral, and you can see the small polyps on each of the calyces on every zigzag. So this is Madrepora. And then the large white one that we see commonly out here is the Lophelia. All right, we're good. Thank you. Maybe a different kind of cladorizid sponge.
I'm not sure with the branching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, up there on the upper 11 o'clock time. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's about 10 centimeters wide, maybe 20 tall.
So we just saw Madrepora there, which is another scleractinian hard coral, like Lophelia and colonial. Do we expect to see any other colonial scleractinians amongst the Lophelia as we continue this?
Sometimes there's Inelapsamia in small chunks, but for the most part, I think, I mean, feel free to correct me, John, if I'm wrong, but I think out here is sometimes we'll get small Madrepora and some small Inelapsamia. And the other day, we had thought that it was Solasmelia down in the Keys, which we collected, but we weren't 100% on, and I haven't put it under a scope. So, yeah, I think we've mostly those two species of scleractinians.
Great.
Sometimes we'll get Madraces.
Nice,
hey, John. Can we zoom on that white thing? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is John Reed again. Yeah, in Alapsamia, for some reason, we tend to see more of that in the southern part of the Straits of Florida, like off Miami, where some of the reefs, deepwater reefs, are entirely in Alapsamia. I don't know why. One thing I just wanted to note is due west of here, where you are now, over on the Florida shelf, are the deepwater Okeanos reefs. And they're shallower. They're only 100-meter depth, but they form the same type of habitat. These coral mounds, 100% coral, with rubble and living and standing dead. And when I did a survey of what lived within the coral, I took a quarter millimeter mesh bag and placed it over a whole coral head. And an individual colony of standing dead coral of about 12 inches, 12-inch diameter, so similar to what you were just looking at. I counted 2,000 individual organisms.
It's amazing.
Not species, but 2,000 individuals in one head. 300 species of mollusks and cypunculids, amphipods. I mean, everything you can think of. These habitats provide an incredible community.
Do you remember
I'm not sure if anybody's really looked at the fauna of the Lophelia to that extent yet.
Yeah. Do you remember how many of those were new? You think most of those species were new at the time? Undescribed?
Both. We found a wide diversity of species, from boreal species that were never known this far south, as well as some cool water temperate species. And yeah, a number of them were new species, a lot of Tanaids. The polychaetes, I still have them in jars. I just couldn't get anybody to work up the polychaetes. That was probably the most dominant community, virtually every family of polychaeta. I just sorted them to polychaetes. So if anybody wants to look at them, I have them.
Yeah, there you go. You got a whole offer, Alan, for to go look at all the polychaetes they found in the Okeanos Reef.
That's exciting.
They're all at Harbor Branch. We're collecting this. Do I have that right?
Yeah, we're going to go for this sponge. This is not something I recognize from any of the guides, but
so this is going to be sample 5B. Are we calling it a hexactinellid? Where are we going with it? Okay.
I'm afraid that's
it.
Kind of pathetic, but
Start 5B. Thank you.
And then we got to get moving. The hazards of stopping.
Oh, no.
But this looks like a really interesting sponge.
Yeah, and it looks like we're about to hit a large area of standing coral, too, so that's promising as we get closer to this high. Okay. So, pilot, this is going to be very fragile. You might want to go under it. You might be able to get the rubble underneath it, and then that way it won't damage the sponge, but yeah.
Alan, do you think this could be a baby Africalyptes? This is one little.
I don't think
40.
it's Africalyptes.
It's thicker than that. Like in Africalyptes, you can see through, right? It's really meshy.
This has a defined osculum at the top too, with spines coming out of it. If so, I apologize, but I really don't think so.
Yeah, is that coming through feed 2? Is this what's coming through feed 2? No. 3. Feed 3. 3, okay. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so it's kind of deceptive when you watch them pick up these samples because they slide their drawer out. And to me, in the angle coming from D2, it looks like he's just going to crush it.
Right.
But if you go look at feed 3, you can actually see the camera from above and look down on the specimen we're picking up. And that drawer is actually pretty far away, and the arm is quite far out, too. So there's actually quite a bit of space there. They're also deceptively large. Like, they look a lot bigger on the camera than they are when we pick them up. That's what the lasers are for, I guess, but those are off, so.
Port inner is the destination.
All right, sounds good. That's going to be sample 5.
Yeah, there's no way that's Africalyptes.
Yeah, it's really spongy looking.
Yeah.
If we get a good zoom on Africalyptes, because I'm sure there's going to be tons of them up here. There usually is if there's a living reef. You can see how thin the walls of Africalyptes are. They almost look like they're more similar to Euplectella than they are to this, right? That really thin, meshy,
right?
Super fragile. Like you hardly touch them and they just crumble. This one looks like it's got a little more stability to it.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, here we go.
Although the data are in the spicules once, generally. Plus, we'll see when it begins to touch it how hard it is.
And that's a lot of the times they use the texture and the crispiness, or its ability to recover from being squished. It's resilience. That's what I'm looking for as a identifying feature for species.
Yeah, and some of these glass sponges, like Aphroclistes, they have their spicules get fused one to the next, and others they don't fuse, so they still. Oh, so we can see it's a little soft.
Pretty soft. It looks like that the Heterotella, right? We picked up Hylanema. Excuse me.
Hylanema,
The
yeah.
Hylanema we sucked up 2 days ago. We got that on deck. It was really soft.
Yep.
Like it could have easily been used to like put makeup on. It was so soft. Not that I recommend doing that by any means.
Don't generally put glass sponges on your face.
Yeah, but it felt like that, like really fine. Of course, I was wearing gloves, so
Yeah.
no, you get spicules in your fingers. That hurts.
Look at this delicate
Yes.
operation.
So you should just be able to kind of pop it right off. It shouldn't even be hardly attached. There you go.
Beautiful work.
Thank you for not squishing him.
That is going to be.
It's going to be a great specimen when we get him up here. What time is it? 11:30. What time's our off bottom? 4?
Yeah, I think it is 4.
So we have 5 hours left. So we want to, let's get to the top of this.
4.5, yeah.
And then spend maybe like half hour up there and then make our way up to the,
Right.
and then we can collect. If there's anything magical, we'll collect. But
Great. Thank you so much.
awesome.
Okay, I'm jazzed about that sponge. Exactly. We've seen a lot of great sponges.
Satisfied Sir Collects-a-Lot's urges for 20 minutes, I guess. Looks like we're going to get an increase in standing coral up here. Got a lot more rugosity to it. Lots of hidey holes. Oh my goodness, it's lunchtime already.
Getting there, isn't it?
Yeah. I feel like all we do is eat.
We'll do our tag team eating again.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Alan and Stephanie.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was looking at the multi-beam. When you get up to this minor peak, that bigger peak looks really, really interesting. And I hope we can do a couple hours on that. Just south of here, not too far south, is one of the largest living Lophelia reefs that I've ever seen in my life. The coral was 10 feet tall, living Lophelia.
We heard you loud and clear.
Yeah. Is that Triceratops? Is that the reef you're talking about, John?
Actually, it's just north of Triceratops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right in that region.
Okay. So it looks like an increase in, the coral is still standing, and it looks like it's more freshly dead than the rubble. The really dark colored rubble that we have just passed over the past half hour, right? Yeah, maybe a Chasion. There we go. There he is, dead center. This is the golden crab, Chasion fenneri. Oh, a mating pair. Excuse me, that's 2 Chasion fenneri. I don't usually see them upside down like that.
Yeah, so the male holds on to the female.
Mm-hmm.
I think when she's molding. And
Okay.
that's when they mate, I believe.
Okay. These ones are really big. These crabs are really large.
What is the size range on them?
Oh my
Like
gosh.
10 centimeters?
Yeah, 10, 15 centimeter carapaces. Okay, my first project at Harbor Branch was to measure the carapaces of all the golden crabs that we had footage of. So I'd have to, use the lasers and then use the calipers and measure, and I, to the life of me, don't remember how big they are. I think 10 to 15 is reasonable. No, so he is
Wow.
about 10 centimeter carapace.
Mm-hmm.
So the carapace is
Easily.
the top part of their back, just so I can clarify that word. He's, 10, 12 centimeters. Oh, we've got a sea star, too, in the lower right. Looks like some kind of goniasterid, or I guess the cookie star, right, is the common name for them. But the standing dead coral is very promising to me. Yesterday we had almost no standing dead coral,
Right.
or 2 days ago, excuse me. Yesterday we had no coral at all. Yesterday was midwater. The day before that we had almost no standing dead coral, so it was all rubble mound. And this has a lot of standing dead coral, which is very promising for it being a living reef at the top of this. So this is a type of goniasterid, type of starfish. These are, hello, excuse us. These are pretty common. I'm not sure about this exact species. I'm sure Chris can chime in and tell us what it is. He's got really thin legs, like they're flat legs, and that poofy center is indicative of him probably feeding on the opposite side.
Yeah, and this is Cerciaster americanus.
Thank you.
Really nice view of it.
What is that? Geodid sponge, maybe?
Yeah, that seems like actually a pretty good guess. I was sitting there. Then we can keep pushing up this hill a little bit.
Yeah, that looks like a geodid of some kind. That's pretty neat. So this type of sponge, team of sponge.
Geodidae.
Geodia.
Lots of these little small white gorgonians.
We're starting to pick up on there's some living Lophelia above us. Alright, so it looks like we're closing in on the top of this local high. So this is 100% standing coral. I think that looks like a bamboo coral to me at noon. Yeah, the white fan right in front. Yeah. Yep, it is a bamboo coming into screen. You can see the nodes. And if you could zoom in, we have internodal branching. which means the branches occur between the brown rings, not on the brown rings. You can see the brown rings. That's where the bamboo coral gets its name. Looks like little pieces of bamboo. And if you pan down a little bit, you'll see the internodal branching. There you go. There you go. That's a good shot of it. You can see the branching occurs between the two brown rings. All right, we're good whenever you are. All right, then we're going to flatten back out up here to more of a coral rubble habitat.
Scott points out that that's likely keratoisis.
Thank you.
Classic.
So it gets steeper up here, like ranging from maybe 10 degrees to 20 or 30 degree slope. And it looks like this little section here is 100% standing dead coral, with its typical gorgonians and bamboos on top. Maybe a couple little sections of living Lophelia. And then it flattens out a little bit. The coral breaks up a little bit on the left-hand side into more of a rubble habitat.
So,
Anthomastus growing in here. So that's a strawberry coral.
Mm-hmm. We are about 20 meters still from the local high.
I say we get up there quick, and then, well, you know, as quick as D2 can carry us, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll get some more living Lophelia up there. But really, that upper peak is our goal for the day.
Right.
We really want to get up there,
and not right at the end.
Yeah.
But we're doing just fine. We're
moving.
We're doing well. We've made collections. We've seen a lot of really, zoomed in on a lot of the organisms that are on this part of the mound, and continuing to make our way. We can see.
Euplectella right here at 3.
Yeah, Euplectellid, the Corbitellinae.
Looks like 2 of them. 2 flutes.
Tina in the chat thinks that Anthomastus-like thing is likely Pseudoanthomastus.
Oh, what's the difference?
Oh. Maybe she can call in from Russia.
There's lots of standing dead coral here. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's pretty much a complete cover.
Mm-hmm. Got something in the water column there?
Look like another eel.
An eel? Okay. Thank you. Oh, it's gone now. I do see a Stichopathes, I think, at noon. The whip coral dead ahead.
Oh, really? Because that's a collection target from Tom Horrigan from the NOAA's Deep Sea Coral program. It does look a bit like Stichopathes, or what is likely renamed as Aphanos Stichopathes.
Oh, come on now. You guys are torturing me with this. There is a sideroid or pencil urchin. And I just got word from John that Chuck Messing is watching, so Hi, my
Oh, that's
master's
great.
professor, Chuck Messing.
Hello, Chuck.
I have some good news. My student loans were forgiven yesterday. Yay!
That is exciting news. Sideris abyssacola is what Chris Moth thinks is likely that sideroid.
Nice. Yeah, the tall whip, if you could.
Yep.
I'm not sure which ones he was targeting. Let me go back and look.
He was targeting the orange one.
Yeah, this one's gray.
I know, but they said that there was a second species.
The picture I saw, it was one of the really thin ones. Hey, John, do you think this is Lutkini? We're not after Lutkini, right? I don't think. Let me find my email.
With the way it's curled like that, it's typically what we call Lutkini.
Yeah. Actually, I don't. Can we zoom in?
Yeah, maybe it's not even a black coral.
Yeah, now it looks funny to me. It looks like it has real formed polyps, which would make it more of a bamboo, maybe?
Yeah, maybe it's a bamboo whip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's really
it
long.
has to be a bamboo.
Yeah. Definitely not a black coral.
Yeah.
So single stop bamboo coral. We're good whenever you guys are done. Thank you.
It was worth checking out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's got the Eurotychus or something in there.
Oh, yeah, a little squat lobster.
Eurypticus. Was that the name?
Eurypticus. Nobody knows how to pronounce anything in Latin. It's all a guess.
Oh, could we? Scott asked for a little bit better picture of the polyp on that.
Can we get a better zoom in on that whip coral again? Also looks like another one over here at 3. Yes, please.
Yep. Just hold on the polyp for a second longer.
We're pretty far away. There you go. That's perfect. I'm sure that's good. Can I do it from that? All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Could we check the base real quick? Just zoomed in.
Not sure if we can see the base. It might be buried in the...
No polyps at the base there.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of space.
Yeah, right.
That was nice, great film work.
Thank you.
And piloting the dance between the two.
Mm-hmm. There's some living Lophelia.
So keep making our way up this bioherm. Nice little glass sponge. Throat, we can see full standing, mostly dead, but lots of standing colonies of these Lopelia corals. Swinging by a pencil urchin again, maybe the same one we saw before. Get a little zoom on that white sponge, I guess. Yep. Someone calling in? Or hanging up?
Hi, Alan. Scott France calling in. You sounded a bit lonely there, so I just wanted to be sure you weren't.
Yeah, I'm on my own for a few minutes. Yeah, I see that's just, looks like a stylosterid again. It's interesting how it's perched up there, and lots of the cladorizid carnivorous sponges, the spiky balls that you see all around to the right and the left, some of which we collected earlier. Thank you. See the slope has really become much more steep at this section. I think that may be what we saw before. Nice pink cup coral in the background, but this is... Yes. It's a great view of that cutthroat down in the corals. So we see some of the white living Lopelia there, and then no, it's okay. Keep making our way up to this local high. As you can see, it's just a tumble. We're going to take another look at one of the yellow colonies, which I think was Acanthogorgia.
I agree with you there, Alan. Acanthogorgia, you can see really thin, tall polyps relative to the thickness of the tissue, and the axial skeleton is somewhat dark. Good characteristics from this scale to identify Acanthogorgia. When you get a lot closer, one of the things you can see is they have these really interesting patterns of sclerids that create what we call a crown of thorns, especially when the polyp tentacles retract. It keeps the spine sort of extended around it, presumably for defense.
Thanks, Scott.
I have a grad student, James Aubrey, who's doing his dissertation work on this family, the Acanthogorgiidae, so he'll be really excited to see that image. It's a pretty diverse family. We already know that it's polyphyletic, which means that there are lots of things out there that we are calling members of the family Acanthogorgiidae that aren't actually closely related. They've had independent evolutionary histories, but it's a really tricky thing to figure out.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time of comparing the genetics and then looking at the morphology and then re-looking at the morphology, right? You need to zoom in right in front of us. The little, think of a different puffball there. Is that Chrysogorgia?
You're a little ahead of me, so stand by here.
Hold on a second, maybe. It looks like.
I may need to refresh my screen. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Genus Chrysogorgia. Looks like
Nice.
It may have aristylid crab in there, which is not uncommon for this genus.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things for people watching, these squat lobsters and these Chrysogorgia, you notice the squat lobsters aren't on all of this other stuff. And the hypothesis is that, they are seeking out and choosing to live on these particular coral species. And so there's a pretty close association between the crab and the coral that you find it on. And there's some question about, how universal that is, and maybe some of the diversity in the crab, the speciation, is being driven by their preference for specific corals, just the way you see insects, pollinators with plants. Some of them are very specific to the plant they pollinate, and that helps drive the speciation.
Mm-hmm. I can zoom in on that white sponge for a second. This is a really, exactly. This is this is the glass sponge that we were comparing the one we collected to before with. This is Aphrocalistes beatrix. You can see how it makes these finger-like projections on the side. And this has got a few skeletons, so it's very, very hard compared to what we collected before. And is often associated with these Lophelia reefs. We have a little associate crab on it as well. And these glass sponges are kind of interesting. They have instead of like individual cells, parts of their bodies are actually made of large multinucleate. They would call them a syncytium, and that allows them to transfer signals across their body very quickly. So glass sponges can, if they encounter sediment, unexpected sediment in the water, they can shut off their pumping system very quickly, which is something that takes longer for other sponges. Someone call in, or?
The skeleton on that one was really open, wasn't it? Very interesting how wide the spacing between the spicules was.
Yeah. So we are about 800 meters, and we are ascending this bioherm, a Lophelia bioherm, and the peak that's in front of us is another 10 meters or so in elevation, and so we'll be ascending the top of that. And then we'll be moving to the overall top of this Lophelia mound. There's a sideroid urchin just to the right of center. From this perspective, you can really just see all these branches lying one on top of the next with all the spaces in between. And it's hard to imagine how this urchin can actually get around in that mess, but presumably has to stay on top. Thanks. Zoom in on the orange, the top left. I think that's a soft coral, just about 10 o'clock. Just what's sort of on the top there, that little orangish tuft. It's moving towards the center now. It's about 11 o'clock right now. I think it's a nephtheid.
That's such a great view of how this coral just grows up on itself, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, Scott, you know how I had a question about the Lophelia coral growth. I know that some corals, the larvae will settle on an already growing coral and then basically fuse to it and create, like, instead of then a colony, like a colony with multiple genetics. Do you know if that happens with Lophelia?
Yeah, that's a great question, Alan. So I don't have any data, at least that I can recover quickly in my mind. Maybe I've read it and I've forgotten. But my gut feeling is that you've got both things going on here. So on the one hand, we may have, something like a thousands-of-year-old coral where we're just seeing the tips of it, and it was the original larva settlement was, several meters buried under all this rubble. But then I also suspect there are that are settling on here and growing. So I think you would have multiple individuals making up a single mound, basically, multiple genetic individuals.
That's great. So this is a terrific view.
Really nice view of a soft coral here. You can see the branches partly retract and the polyps definitely retract.
Yep.
Really nice orange-colored hydroid there to the left.
Yes, just to the top left, there's a little clump of hydroids with bright orange polyps. Just to
color formation here.
Right there, yeah. If you zoom in on that, that would be nice to see those. It's just to the 10 or 11 o'clock. It's orange, just to the left. And it's small. No, it's going off at 9. Yeah, there, right in there. This is a nice little hydroid colony. I picked out the smallest thing tonight. Oh, that's okay. That's really, really nice, though. Sorry, asking for difficult. That is just a tiny, tiny little hydroid colony.
Yeah, Alan, you're looking at a a coral mound here that is tens of meters in height, and you want to look at the thing that's 300 meters tall.
I know.
I think that was an aethecate hydroid, I believe.
Yeah, that's an aethecate hydroid, just exactly. And this one grows sort of stolonally, and then puts up the individual polyps, separate one from the next. And doesn't really make a big, large branching colony, which you can sort of see just down to the left is another hydroid colony. Very delicate. Yeah, we're making them zoom in on the tiniest things in this beautiful landscape. Thank you so much for...
Which I would venture to say is one of the powers of this system. It's got such a fantastic camera. I've said it before. It's like we're diving with a dissecting microscope. And so we're getting to see some of the diversity that's often overlooked. And just because it's small doesn't mean it's any less important. You know, it's really abundant in here. It's capturing organic particles, feeding on it, transferring that into tissue that can be fed upon by many other members of the community. So, you know, probably pretty important for the ecology.
Extremely well said, Scott. So we are narrowing in on this local high, but still have almost 10 meters to go.
Oh, nice. This is very promising. It's got lots of living Lophelia on here. And dead standing, which is indicative of a healthy Lophelia reef. That's normal. Lunch was very cheesy today.
Very cheesy?
Lots of cheese.
I want to go partake.
Yeah.
I'll be back. Lickety-split.
Go eat your cheesy lunch.
Stephanie.
Yeah.
It's really incredible the amount of coral out here. In this one area that we call the Million Mounds, I don't know if there's actually a million mounds, but there's certainly thousands.
Last estimate I heard, John, was 60,000.
Huh?
Last estimate I heard was 60,000 Lophelia reefs.
Okay, somebody count them.
Not quite a million. But.
Yeah, so we are publishing a book describing this whole region. We hopefully coming out soon in spring here. Mm-hmm. But this Western Atlantic region has some of the most extensive area of Lophelia reefs in the world. It's truly amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we didn't really know these were out here until you and the Johnson Sea Link came out here in the early 2000s. Is that when you guys found this place?
We started mapping these in 2001. Mm-hmm. Before that, I had an inkling that they occurred here in 1984. We were doing a test dive with the Johnson, with the Cord ROV, which was invented by Ed Link. Mm-hmm. And that was going to be the rescue vehicle for the Johnson Sea Link. So we went due east of Fort Pierce to the deepest depth between Florida and the Bahamas to see if we could get the ROV to the bottom. And I had about 30 seconds of video as we were drifting along in about a 5-knot current before the ROV crashed into the side of one of these mounds.
Yeah.
And I got 30 seconds video showing coral and sponges and so forth. 1984, so I knew it was here. Mm-hmm. It didn't get a chance to come out and dive on it until we got a grant from NOAA in 2001.
Yeah.
And we explored from Florida up to Georgia, South Carolina, and mapped about 300 of these mountains. Truly amazing place.
Yeah, it is. It's a whole ecosystem down here that houses thousands of critters, animals, really ranging in size from itty-bitty, teeny-tiny bacteria all the way up to large wreckfish and other large commercial species. All right, so we just got through a pilot switch. Okay. Yeah, our main goal is to get to this high at the top, the really tall part. So if we could just keep moving and just kind of do, quick zooms when we get a chance. Thank you. So yeah, it looks like there's quite a bit of living Lophelia up here. It's probably like, I don't know, 30% of the cover looks like it's alive to me, but everything else is standing dead. And that is typical of a Lophelia reef. And actually see another mound in the distance, it looks like. Another local high. I'm not sure which direction we're... Okay, so that looks like the next local high is in front of us, which looks like it almost goes straight up. It's very tall. Ooh, did you see that fish It went by. It was like a ribbon. Yeah, it was like a ribbon.
It looked like a snipe eel, maybe.
A snipe eel? Probably gone. Looks like we've got bamboo coral at 6 and some other coral gorgonians at 9-ish.
Stephanie, just to follow up on a point that you're making and to clarify a bit for the general audience. So you said that it looks like maybe an estimate about 30% live coral here, but you're talking specifically about the Lophelia because there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's alive on the coral, hydroids, octocorals, all kinds of mobile fauna tucked in there. So while the structure may not all be alive, there's certainly a lot of life in that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it houses hundreds, if not thousands, of species of critters. All right, Christy has said she's just texted me and she said she's going to come in. So we did pick up a sponge earlier that no one knew what it was. So, Chris, I'm more than happy to send you pictures of it when you get on. Yeah, that's a really great mound here. There's lots of relief. It's almost like 45 degrees in areas, the slope. There is a fan, 9 o'clock of laser. If you could just zoom in on that little gray fan there. Yep, that looks like it could be a black coral, but maybe not. Chrysogorgia. That looks a lot bushier than the ones we'd been seeing.
Yeah, this is our second Chrysogorgia. We saw one while you were out on lunch.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Scott. Yeah. Like Euplectellid or something at 3. There's 3 white fluted cups. Yep, dead center right now. If you could zoom in on them. These look like glass sponges. Now they look different. They're tubular. They're not Euplectella. Euplectella has a top on it. These look like tubes to me. John, you know what these are?
I can't tell.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, me neither. Definitely a hexactinellid. You can see the spicules on the side collecting, floating by schmutz in the water column. Yeah. Really cool. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. I'm sure we'll see more. Once Chris Diaz gets on the phone, she can yell at me what the species is.
Yeah, at least from this angle here, there's no, I forget what they call it, but like that sieve plate-like structure that's on the top.
Yeah, there's definitely not. It's definitely a tube, hollow tube. So it looks like an increase in the living Lophelia on the top of this. Really tall standing. It's probably half a meter thick, maybe. Yeah, go ahead, John.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to chime in. Chuck Messing, Dr. Messing, sent me an email about just previously when you zoomed in on the hydroid. Next time you really zoom in tight, if you look closely, they're finer, finely branched, tiny tree-like shaped foraminifera of the order Astrorhizida and the family Dendrophiridae.
Okay.
Possibly the genus Dendrophyra. And we found these in great abundance previously on dead coral, dead Lophelia and Analopsamia, and he had made a poster about that in 2008. And actually these forams could be a really important part of the community. Good. I'll send you the email so you have the spelling.
Oh, thank you. If John knows how bad I am at spelling, so I'm notorious for that at work. We have another bamboo coral, it looks like. Dead center, right above laser. And then these planar fans. Have we gotten a zoom on these yet? I don't know. Okay. See the fan at 2 o'clock, right at the edge of the reef there? It's kind of like thicker branches. Then, yeah. Yeah, it's like right above laser. Right there. Yeah. This might be a bamboo coral from a distance. Looks like the polyps are ringed.
That might be the bamboo we got in earlier, but the first one you were about to zoom in on, I think, might be more interesting to look at.
Which one was that? I missed.
Later one that's to the left, that's off screen. We started to zoom in, and then we turned to the right.
Oh, okay. Can you zoom? Can you guys go wide real quick? The pink one that's at 9 o'clock of it, or now noon?
Still off the screen to the left.
Oh, still off the screen to the left.
The
Okay.
first white one that you saw, you said you think it's a bamboo.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, to the left. There's that one right there coming in at 7, lower left-hand corner. Yep. Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. 9 o'clock a laser right now. So keep spinning left. Single stalk. Keep going. Keep going. A little bit more. There you go. That guy. Yeah, so he's got this one on the, it's actually, if you can pan down a little, and then a little left. We got the single stalk here. There you go, that thing. Yeah. So the internodes are really thin, really small, but the stalk is really thick in relation to it. So is this the one you were talking about, Scott? There you go. So the nodes are pretty big.
Sorry, I just realized I was talking to you and I was on mute. I apologize.
Okay.
I just explained. So I was agreeing with you that that main axis is really thick.
Mm-hmm.
So this is probably a pretty old colony, and my suspicion is that it's been dropping branches through its life, and just the ones that we see up at the end there are more newly acquired. That's my best guess.
Mm-hmm.
But this is new for the day. This is different, I think.
I don't think we've seen this the whole cruise. This looks new to me. Okay, you can see the Afrocalistes lake sponge at 9. That's a really fine glass sponge, and a solitary cup coral. And the old dead standing Lophelia. Go ahead, John.
I just wanted to ask Scott if he thought this was keratosis. That they tend to have that really big stalk.
I didn't catch the name, John. Keratoisis, that's the way I would pronounce it. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's right now, that's definitely the genus that it would be classified in, no question. There's a lot of revision that's going to be coming out in the next couple of years, so we'll see if it remains in that genus, but that's definitely what we would call it now.
So it looks like the standing dead coral is getting much thicker, much more intact. Increasing current up here. That's not surprising. They like to grow in areas with a pretty good current because that's where they get their food source. filter feeders. So we are making our way. We're still not quite at the top of this rise. Yeah. So it looks like the top here. If you
check out where you are on the multi-beam.
Yeah.
It looks like you're still further than you think you are.
Yeah, right. You know. We are. I told him to hit the gas. So, yeah.
Did you slow down while I wasn't here?
No, not really. I try to get to the top of this high and then jump over. Ooh, there's something new. Can you look 3 o'clock? Just right in the laser almost. Right, dead center now. Yep, 3 o'clock a laser. What is that? Madrepora. That white coral at 3. And now it's at noon. Yep, that guy. That looks like Madrepora to me. So that is another type of Scleractinian. We saw one of these before. And you can see the Afroclistes here.
Yeah, a nice
There's
one.
lots of these. Okay, thank you. Did you eat as much cheese for lunch as I did?
It was very tasty.
It was very cheesy. I had like grilled cheese with like smoked cheese. It was really yummy. But there's a cool fish coming in. There is this brown sponge. It might be a dead Afroclistes. At like 11 of laser. It's pretty close to center screen.
That's exactly what it looks like.
The dead Afroclistes. Can you guys zoom in on that flute brown sponge at 9 o'clock a laser? It's like halfway between here and half between the center and the wall and the edge of the screen. Just a little, yeah, lateral over, yeah. Crab to the left. That guy right there. There you go. Yeah, it looks like dead Afroclistes to me. It looks like a little crinoid on its base too. Looks like it's been dead for a while, actually. Pretty crunchy.
Very. And you can see it's dissolving at the top.
Okay, we're good. Thank you. Nice little white crinoid. Oh, I see a sea star. Can we go 9 o'clock? Actually, it's more like 7. There's a little white
Pancake.
ravioli sponge, a ravioli star. I think it's hard to see now, but there you go.
Sideroid is there.
There you go, ravioli. So the best I can do is Goniasterity. Goniasterity.
Nice little aglephenid thecate hydroid there.
Which one were you looking?
It was just to the right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The fan one?
Mm-hmm. Like a little feather plume.
That's good. He's cute. Yeah. We're good. Keep moving. And there's a cutthroat eel coming in. I haven't seen any black belly rosefish. They're really common on these reefs.
Pinthaster is what.
Pinthaster?
That's what Chris Ma thinks that little star was, the little ravioli star. Pinthaster.
I think this could be close to the high of those. Oh, there's a shrimp coming in.
Photobomb. I see soft corals here and there.
Probably bamboos. We did see a really funky sponge that looked like it was a cluster of hollow tubes. They were hexactinellids, but they did not have the sieve plate like a euplectellid would, and it was like 3 or 4 of them that were kind of clumped together, whereas euplectellid's usually a single.
Yeah.
So we did see that that you missed.
That sounds like I shouldn't have missed that.
And nothing like I don't think I didn't have a name for it, so I don't think it's anything I've seen before.
Well, that's good.
Maybe we should have collected it. I don't know. Too late now.
Yeah, you know.
Push forward. Let's go.
We do need to push forward, but
Just pointing out, the Science Center screen up is another one of those thick bamboo corals.
Yeah.
Just left of center.
At 9. Here's another echinoid, it looks like. Coming in at 4, a little pink ball. Yeah, I can zoom on that guy.
There's also something branching, just going off the screen on the left at about 9 o'clock. Just look different. Maybe you can see a better view, but
Okay.
its color is slightly pink. Just struck me as something different.
Okay. So I don't know. Besides echinoidea, I don't know what to call this guy. Kindness, maybe. I don't know. Okay, that's good.
last
Thank you.
time I said a kindness, I was wrong.
Yeah. I'm wrong all the time. I just accept it.
Did you want to see?
Yeah, that pink right there at 9 is what he was talking about. So keep going 9.
Yeah, the thin branching thing.
Yeah.
You probably have a better view of it.
Yeah, it's coming.
It might just be a madrepora. I don't know.
And right there. That thing. That fan. Yeah, it's a pink madrepora. See the zigzag coral. You can really see the polyps on it.
Nice one.
And I believe that the pink on these is in their calcium carbonate skeleton and not necessarily entirely in their flesh. So, may not be the case for this. It looks like the dead parts are more of a yellow color. We are good, thank you.
That urchin was Okeanos tyloides.
Oh, woohoo!
Yes, you knew it. Chris Ma had the grace to say, "You were right."
Oh, yay!
It's
That looks like an apple core. What is that?
Like
Can we look at 6 o'clock? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Alan.
That's all right.
That guy, what is that?
This is more important. That's
a yellow
nice
sponge.
yellow sponge, exactly.
All right. Thank you. That's good. Ooh, a little light pink anthomastus behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Another dead Aphrocalistes at 6 o'clock. And then it looks like we have a bent bamboo coral. They had a bad day one day, huh? Started growing down or sideways or something. So Chuck was wanting us to look.
See some of it alive to the left there.
Yeah, it's bent. It looks like fell. Huh?
Sorry, Stephanie.
It's okay.
It's so hard with the delay, not talking over each other. I apologize.
It's okay.
One thing we can see here with the one that's off the screen to the left, well, I'll let you talk about the sponge first.
Oh, there's not much to say. It's just a yellow sponge. It's fine.
With a nice, I think that's polymastia right behind it, or something like
Yeah,
that.
it could be the white. Go ahead, Scott. You're fine.
Yeah. Okay. I think that might be Pseudanthomastus on the lower left, based on what Tina Molitsova was mentioning in the chat room before. As we look to the left here, you see there's one of those knocked over bamboo corals. There's still live polyps on it. Mm-hmm. And I'm just going to make the general observation that many of these corals, while the colony may get dislodged, they can continue to live and just reorient their growth if they're in a stable enough position with enough current that allows them to do that. So if they tip over into the sediment, they're probably going to get covered in sediment, and that's no good. Mm-hmm. But here, with this jumble of Lophelia, falling over isn't a death sentence.
Right.
It just means, okay, now we have to change our growth pattern.
Yeah. Thanks, Scott.
Christina Diaz suggested that yellow sponge might be Biemna.
That one's new to me.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, look at that fish. Oops, bye. Oh, Biemna. Biemna. I think I've seen that name before.
Oh, look how bright yellow that is.
That looks like Aphrocalistes with its zoanthids.
Mm-hmm.
Here's that sponge. Okay, can we look at 9 o'clock? It's a translucent white vase sponge. Yep, keep going, 9. All right, Chris and Alan. All right, right there. Right there. That guy. Yeah.
Ooh.
Cluster hollow tubes. What do you do? Where are you going? I think it's a hexactinellid, and that's the best I can give you. That's because it's fuzzy, right? And you can see all the spicules on the outside that collected like water schmutz.
I would agree that looks like hexactinellid. And we get a good look at the texture there.
Like if you were to like poke it, it would just crush under your finger. like crispy almost.
And are those tubes connected at the bottom? Did you notice before?
I think so. They looked like they were on the other one, so I would assume that's the case with this one. If you can pan down, yeah. So yes, see it back in here. They look like they're connected. Very meshy on the outside.
I do not know that one. The white looks like a hexactinellid, but yet a different one, says Chris. Yes, indeed. Is that something that's like so unusual? Is it a collect?
I don't
know. Let's see.
If you ask Krista if we want to collect, she's going
She's just
to say
going to
yes.
say yes, I know.
If you offer her the opportunity, she will say yes. So.
Well, I think since it's taken us a while to get to the top.
Yeah, let's save it. I'm sure there's more. We've seen a few, so. We need to. Oh, you missed the Medusa.
I did?
It's like this big in the screen. That's huge.
I'm going to watch Art replay it.
Yeah, you are. See, here's another one of those cluster hollow tubes. Here we go.
Yeah, that still misses. It was very large.
Very see-through. It was only on screen
exactly.
for like half a second. Yeah, so it looks like we're approaching the top of this first local high, and we're going to try and make our way over to the super tall high, the highest high in this area.
So do you think we're at the point where we could consider another water sample?
Yeah, let's do a water sample. Hold on 1 second. Novices science. Oh. Are you planning on going to like a higher point here, or are we turning? Okay. You want to do this water sample? Can we get the water sample at the top of this high here? Okay, thanks.
Great.
So a lot of these living Lophelia chunks are like, 10, 20, 30 centimeters. They're just isolated. And then they're living on the tips of all this dead stuff. So at one point it was alive recently, and then it's passed and more grows on top.
And it just takes millions of years for this to build up.
Stephanie?
Yeah, John?
The next time you guys do a real close zoom in on the dead part of the coral, let's take a look to see if we can see those tiny tree-like
Or forams?
foraminifera, Dendrophyra.
Okay, no problem.
It's pretty small.
Hey, pilot. Are we, steadied here for a second? We got time to zoom? Okay, can you just zoom in on the standing dead coral, just right where you are? Yeah, that's fine. Just give me a good close-up. Yeah, close. As close as you can get. So yesterday we were seeing the foraminifera in the water column, which looked like a little tiny ball with almost like glass-like spicules coming off the side, but really they're pseudopods.
Pseudopods, yeah.
So we have a similar thing that lives on the Lophelia reef, which we call fuzzy forams. I'm not sure if I see any. Maybe here? This guy right there.
I see that little standing.
That at 3 o'clock, that little tree-like guy. That's probably one of them. Yeah, so... Does that look right, John? You see it?
I think so. Maybe Chuck can email me and say yes or no.
Yeah, it looks like a little tree. So there was a Chuck Messing did a paper on those, this little fuzzy 4 ounce. Okay, we're good. Maybe look for more, but yeah.
Yeah, this is great.
Maybe those. Maybe those. See those?
Those could be it, yeah.
Yeah,
they don't really look like hydroids.
No.
There's a nice cup coral there.
Yeah. Little brown sticks.
Speaking of little sticks, there is a caprellid amphipod back there, too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I find these tree-like forams kind of amazing because, ultimately, that's a single-celled organism. Mm-hmm. So you can see that it incorporates some complexity into the cell by incorporating sediments and other stuff from the environment that it builds that little tree-like structure. But it's basically a real fancy amoeba.
That's right. Amoeba with an attitude.
I like that. Dendrophyra is the name.
Dendrophyra.
Hello, Stephanie and Alan. This is Cheryl Morrison from USGS.
Hi,
hey,
Cheryl. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, good. I'm diving. I mean, how could you get any better?
Yeah, it's so great to see the Million Mounds again, and yet another one of them. How much we've learned since I was out there in 2018 about the Blake Plateau and all of the complex habitats. It's just been amazing to watch.
Yeah, this is a really great dive, too. There's lots of life here on this mound. And we're not even at the top yet, so it's going to be awesome today.
How exciting.
Yeah. I did bring up your paper that you wrote a few years ago about the genetic connectivity of Lophelia in the Gulf and the East Coast. What are you working on now?
Yeah. Well, we are just finishing up our deep search report, and that's the project that I've been involved with since 2017, and that's a NOAA, BOEM, and USGS joint project. And we worked really hard to get genomic level population connectivity data, and we just got it back, and basically the populations on this Blake Plateau look very connected, very well connected. So from this area all the way up through the Richardson Reef, which we did a really good job characterizing in our deep search project. But what we didn't pick up previously that we do with these genomic markers is it looks like there's influence from unsampled populations outside of the Blake Plateau. So most of the individuals have the signature of the Blake Plateau Lophelia populations, but there's a few individuals that look like they have come from elsewhere.
Uh-oh.
So that's exciting. We need to expand our sampling to places like the Bahamas, where I know that John and Scott Spence have worked a lot, as well as probably into the Caribbean. So we've been trying to get samples from there for a long time, but it takes many years and actually even a decade to do this kind of population connectivity work because of how long it takes to collect all these samples. But it's very exciting that we finally get to see this. And one of the other corals that we have similar data for is Plumarella, which is one of the octocorals that we've seen frequently on these dives. And that has a similar kind of connectivity to Lophelia. So basically the whole plateau Lake Plateau. It's pretty well connected.
Awesome. Just for the record, if you need someone to go to the Caribbean for you to collect Lophelia, I will volunteer. I'm totally fine with that.
Okay.
Anytime, any place, just let me know, and I will be on a plane.
That's a really good idea.
I'm happy to go for you. No problem. Awesome, Cheryl. Thanks for calling in. It's been a long time since we've talked. I don't think I've seen you since we were in Puerto Rico in 2010. It's like a long time ago.
Yes. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to have scientific meetings in person again someday.
Yeah, right?
Let's hope.
Let's get this COVID nonsense over with.
But it's really great to see the deep sea research continuing and you all able to be out there again.
Yeah, we are working on a skeleton crew. We did have to go through like a pre-quarantine to get on the boat and then wear masks for
7
the first
days,
week.
yeah.
So we were isolated before we got on the ship. And then the people on the ship were already in their bubble, so they were already had already been isolated. So yeah, it was annoying, but whatever. I'm out here and I'm happy, and it's worth it. I don't mind wearing a mask for 2 weeks if I have to, right? No big deal.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
who cares? So we're all fine. No one's gotten sick, so yeah. And we get to be out here, and we're on skeleton cruise. So there's less people on the ship, which isn't great, but we have managed to do our sampling protocols and stuff actually using Zoom meetings. So welcome to 2021,
oh, great.
The year of the Zoom meeting.
Right.
Even at sea.
Even deep sea research, huh?
Yeah. A little slower than it normally would be, but it's doable. We manage fine. And it needs to get done. It's really important. We really shouldn't be stalling if we don't have to. So yeah, it's wonderful. I'm happy to be here. And I would be happy to be sent to the Caribbean for you, too. So keep that in mind.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, you should. You should work on that. So thanks for calling in.
Yes, so...
Go ahead.
Sure, I just wanted to say one more thing, if there's time.
Huh?
Is there time? Is there time for me to say one more thing?
Oh,
yes.
Absolutely. You've got hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't need hours. I was just going to say that one of the really great things that the Okeanos Explorer has, the data that you're all collecting, is feeding into predictive habitat models. Mm-hmm. And so, as you all know, the Lake Plateau is such a huge area, and it's very complex with topography and the environments. We can't go everywhere, but all of this information about where these habitats are feed back into predictive habitat models, and we've really been able to improve those a lot through our Deep Search project and the information being collected by Okeanos Explorer and the other campaigns that have been out there, such as Deep Search. So it's amazing to see how much those models have improved by using the information that you all are collecting doing this type of exploration.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for letting us know that. That's good to know.
Yeah. There'll be some good papers hopefully coming out as part of Deep Search as we finish up all of this research. But, man, it's just so great to see all of the habitats that we have through this whole program through Okeanos Explorer. And this has been an amazing cruise. So good luck on the last bit.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for calling in. I'm glad you took the time. Cheryl's been working in Lophelia for, I don't even know how many years. Longer than I've been at Harbor Branch, so more than 10 years.
Making a lot of great contributions.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Yes, it's been like 15 years, I guess. I guess my first cruise out here in this region was in 2004. That was a NOAA OER cruise led by Steve Ross. And, so that was many, many moons ago.
Yeah. I think I met you when I was in grad school in 2005 on the Johnson Sea Link cruise on the Miami Terrace. I think that's when I first met you. Yeah. Cool. Well, it's nice talking to you.
Yes, very nice talking to you, and good luck with the rest of the dive.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, you too.
Bye.
Take care.
So as we get up to the top of this local high, I think we can make our water sample.
That sounds good. I think that pink one at...
I think that's a great idea.
I didn't hear what he said. I don't have them turned on. So this is going to be 7W, is that right?
Ooh, it's not 6W?
6W.
Okay. Good for us to check these things. All right. So we will now be able to see, when we sequence the DNA out of that, whether it shows us lots of Lophelia and that keratoisis that seems to be pretty common. And look at this big, beautiful.
Yep, bamboo coral, for sure. That was 06W, okay.
I was noting earlier in chat that my impression was that these keratoisis colonies are getting more abundant, more common as we go up this mound. And here we can see a really large one with many branches that are all doing really well. Compared to earlier, we saw that, you know, there seemed to be like just one stalk with very small branches. So that suggests that at least the area here where it's growing is a little bit more stable. So it hasn't been knocked over. It's been able to grow in one orientation for a long time, and therefore you get all those nice branches, and there's enough flow and enough food right now that you have lots of very well-developed polyps there. So good to see.
Yeah.
So looking at the multi-beam stuff, Renee, this might be the first peak.
Yeah, it looks like the first
right
peak.
Here.
Yep.
Can you see? Ask the ROV team what type of current they're seeing here. Looks pretty low for the peak.
Pretty high current? Like more than a knot? Flying off the reef, huh? Quarter knot? So close to a quarter knot, John.
Okay. Sometimes it gets very, very strong. You get like a vortex or Venturi effect. And quite often we'll see 1 to 2 knots of current at the peaks. Hopefully not today.
No. We like to keep our 9-foot-tall square exactly where it's supposed to be, and a 2-knot current will throw us for a loop. So
we'll be escaping to the surface.
Yes, we will be abandoning this dive
What is
at
that?
point. That looks like a gourd. Can we look 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock.
Pink fan.
Just looks, the branching pattern looks just a little different, but maybe not. Oh,
yeah.
This is the way it's tipped over, I guess, or
like this.
Yeah, like a hand up.
Primnoid?
From this angle, I would guess that's a Primnoidae.
Nice.
I got it. Yeah, the polyps have that like texture to it.
Yeah.
A little like
Primnoidae,
rings or something.
but in the foreground is a little bramble bamboo coral, the really thin branches. So that's also new for the day, I think, or at least new for me making a notation of it.
So it looks like we're at the top of this mound. What are we at? 769 meters, 769 meters. Maybe, 45-degree slope along the edge. And I've got 80% cover of standing dead. And maybe, maybe 50% of the tips are alive. Go ahead, Alan. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's all right. Just was looking at that fish. 80% cover. 80% of the tips are alive. 50% of the tips are alive. Go ahead, Alan. I didn't mean to cut you off. No, it's all right. Just was looking at that fish. 80% cover. 50% of the tips are alive. No, it's all right. Just was looking at that fish. Yeah, let's take a quick zoom.
It looks like Lamanema
Is that a Lamanema?
or codling.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty common in this reef.
All right, turn and look at us. Come on. So there's Lamanema barbaculatum is one of them, and then I forget the other one. That's really common out here. I don't know which is which.
I think Million.
This one's which one, John?
I don't know about this one, but this other species, you have Million
Millinerum.
and the one you said. One has a spot on the caudal peduncle. I don't know which.
We see that Africalistes with zoanthids growing there.
And then one without there at 3.
This is good.
Interesting.
It's 1. We still have more than 2 hours, 2.5 hours probably on the bottom.
Yeah. This is a neat branching thing down here.
We do have a ways to go, though, to get to the top. So
let's hit the gas. No, D2 does not run on gas, but, you know. Hypothetical. What is that? The you know, it's like you say things that are... Oh, I'm just going to shut up. I'm just rambling now at this point. I'm just going to stop talking.
Metaphysical.
Yeah, like the...
Metaphorical.
Metaphorical gas, yeah.
You stick
Alan, I have a question you might be able to answer. So looking at the multi-beam, right now we are at the top of that first peak, and our depth is 770. And I thought, what is the depth of the highest peak? In the multi-beam, it looks much redder, which, assume that would have indicated that it's shallower, but I thought the very top was only 776.
That is what we have marked down as the top, the 776, but I agree that we're...
700? What's that bathy line? 700? Oh. So the line is 780, but we're at 770.
But waypoint 4, it's surprising why that multi-beam is so much redder. This is just indicating depth change. But I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what's up there.
When we were climbing the tree, that second peak was definitely the shallower one.
Yes, it is.
Going to the lower peak and then crossing the saddle to the higher peak.
Yeah, and it's about a 10-meter difference if we were to calculate the change versus the actual depth numbers. Because we're floating at 770 right now, 768 right now. And I thought 776 was the shallowest. But it looks like it's probably going to be closer to 766, 56. We will see.
Exactly.
There's a lot of living Lophelia up here. This is awesome.
It's fantastic.
About how far is that to the waypoint 4 from here?
Hey, Nav, how far from waypoint 4 are we?
While you're getting that calculation, I'll say this is why it's good to ground truth the maps with in-situ observation.
200 meters?
200 meters?
195, I believe.
How long do you think it'll take us to get there? Hour and a half? Can we pick up the pace a little and get over there quickly? Yes, you can? Okay.
Understood.
No problem. Okay.
As long as I'm judicious with the collection requests.
Yeah. Wait till the end. Wait till the end. Let's get over to the big mound, and then we'll do the collections over there, because we'll have a good hour and a half over there.
I understand. I've been biting my teeth, my tongue.
What is that? Can you zoom center screen for me? Just come in a bit. Okay, now it's... Ooh, cool. It is a basket star.
It is.
At, let's see, so 7-ish, the brown, like, brambly mess. That guy right there. At 9, now he's at 9. That is a basket star. Ooh, look how cool he is. So he's, like, partially got his arms out. So these are related to sea stars.
Yeah.
It's very echinoderms.
Yeah, a type of ophiuroid, right?
These are basically snake stars. The snake stars that we see on bubblegum coral, this is the same group. It's just that its arms are more highly branched.
Yep, and they curl up and stuff. They're really neat. You can see him moving around. Awesome. And he's on a nice piece of living Lophelia. Perched himself up there to collect stuff floating by.
That's a great shot with the, you can see the currents. And
The rippling water, the temperature changing. 8 degrees here, 8.07. Nice. So that should be Gorgonocephalidae. We have a different sponge here at 3. I'm seeing a different sponge. Do you see that guy at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock?
The way over there, spread wide open.
Yeah. Can you zoom 3 o'clock a bit? Oh, it looks like a little hatchet fish too in the water. Now he's off screen. Okay. Yeah, that white round sponge I'm seeing. It's actually dead center screen right now. That guy.
Oh, it's Africalistes again.
Yeah, and Okeanos. Yeah, I think so. It's just we're looking down on it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
And again, Madrepora there, the pink one, the pink.
Yeah, and the Aglaophenid had.
Aglaophena, what's that one?
Aglaophenid, it was the hydroid, and it had gonotheke on it.
Which is the reproductive?
The reproductive,
self?
Yeah. And they were down the central part of the stem, which I believe makes it gymnangium.
I don't know what that means.
I'll write it down and tell you later.
Is that
Especially after
taxonomy? Gymnangium?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we look at the pink thing dead center? That's Madrepora. That's a nice one. Nice and pink.
Very well.
Yeah, he's got all his pops out. And then there's a cool...
Really purple.
Gorgonian up above that in the background when you're done with this guy.
Yeah, you can really see that distinctive back forth.
Yeah, the zigzag.
Yeah.
Yep, and then right behind it, that guy. Yeah.
I don't think it's... that's not clavularia, which is we saw earlier in a cruise, which grows like a ribbon mat over the substrate. This is actually a plexaurid, so a sea fan in the family Plexauridae. Maybe Paramecia, but I don't remember ever seeing the purple one out here or on the East Coast before. We know of a purple one that's out on the New England seamounts. So this is a bit of a surprise to me.
Think it's a range extension?
No idea. We still haven't even been able to identify the one that we have out on the New England seamounts.
Oh, my goodness.
For some reason, I think it's the pigment that's associated with that purple color interferes with the ability to extract and analyze the DNA.
Oh.
So it's really hard to get DNA sequence.
Yeah, that's not helpful.
What about collecting?
You want to collect it?
Do you think you could collect it?
Can we see if you collect this,
No, I
please?
understand. We all want to get to the top of this mound, so I'm not going to ask for collection. Good to know that it's here, though.
No, John, I'm letting you make that call because it's eating into us getting into the second mound.
Well, I think it won't take that long. It's up to Scott.
Scott said he just wants to know it's here.
Oh, no, it's fine. We can keep going. Thank you. If Scott said no, we'll just go. There's a yellow neat thing. Let's see. Dead center. Looks like it could be a black coral. Right there, center screen.
And then this one, I'm thinking this is going to be a really robust hydroid.
Yeah, it could be that too. What do you got? What do you got? Hydroid.
It's definitely a hydroid. Yeah.
With a hermit.
Beautiful. Sertularid, maybe. This will be some good.
Yellow, 3 stalks.
Yeah,
3
you can
stems.
see, just like the types of things that Scott's always looking at, the little thecae, they don't branch right next to each other. They're alternating.
Yep. You can see the polyps on the Lophelia right underneath it are all out too.
Just great. And a nice hermit on there.
Yep. He's got a cute little shell.
Thanks for asking.
For the collection?
No, to see that.
Oh. I don't know anything about hydroids, and I see them everywhere. I literally just go, oh, hydroid, and move on with my life. So I'm happy to learn new names. I don't know if I retain any of them, but, I need repeated exposure in order for some of that to soak into my brain. Well, it's steep.
Is it faster to fly across than to stay near the bottom? Mm-hmm. Ah.
Sonar is full screen on stream 3.
There's a little shrimp in the D2 camera.
And Sirius?
I'm sorry, Sirius camera.
Yeah.
It's the end of a cruise. My words are not coming to me today. It's our last day. It's like the day before Christmas break or summer vacation. Like fried. Yeah, it might as well be. Well, there's a fish or something. What is that? Can we look at that black thing at 6? I hope that's not garbage.
No, I think that's a
fish.
Oh.
No. What is that?
I would say fish, but you
Makes
guys
you,
no longer
I think it might be a
use
Medusa that's
Looks
caught
like
on
a
it.
jelly. Yeah, it looks like a caught jelly.
no longer like
Sorry,
to refer
bud.
to jellyfish.
Yep.
Jellyfish.
It is a jellyfish. I think that's
Uh-oh, sorry.
likely to be Paralia, which we had seen swimming before. What would be interesting to know, is it just stuck on it, or is it going to be eaten? It definitely does not look like it's feeding, since it's got its mouth the wrong way up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
This slope is crazy. That's more than 45 degrees.
It wasn't plastic.
Mm-mm.
It's good news.
Yes, that is good news. Not necessarily for that jellyfish, but for us.
Oh, yes. Yeah, if you can. That's a Narcomedusa for sure. That's a Solmissus. Thank you. So you were saying? Mm-hmm. if it's expeditious, yes, and safe. I think the overriding concerns are those: first, safety, and then second, just to try to get to the other top. Yeah, so we can do a little blue water. Okay, that's okay with me. Suggested shrimp just flew by. There goes the coronate medusa, just went floating by on our left, and then a narcomedusa down in the bottom right. And we're pretty much just making our way. There won't be much time to zoom in on anything unless it's just right in the front of us, right? Yeah. Yes. Understood. Yep, we got that. So we'll be making our way through some blue water here to get to the higher peak of this mound. And I'll try to point stuff out as we see them. Welcome back, partner. We decided we were just going to do all blue water dive now. Just kidding. No, we're simply transiting across to get to the higher peak right now. And so if you're joining us, we've been climbing a Lophelia bioherm, and we reached one local high, and now we are basically flying across the saddle to get to the other one. So you haven't joined us for a blue water dive, although I think that's a nice little worm that's just going by to the left. And if there's anything that sort of, gets in the middle that's in focus, we'll point it out as we go. But hold on, sit tight, and we're going to hope to get to the next peak where we can spend the remainder of the dive looking at the rich Lophelia coral habitat and all the other things that live with it. Within it, on top of it.
Near it, around it, associated with it.
Exactly.
By it.
Fed by all this marine snow coming from above. All these different communities are connected to each other, one to the next. So Cheryl Morrison was saying about the genetic connectivity of the Lophelia from mound to mound, from region to region. Then we also know that there's sort of like ecological connections between the water column organisms and the benthic organisms, and vice versa. That the benthic organisms sometimes wind up being food for the guys who are in the water column. It's all connected.
Wow. It's almost like it's its own ecosystem.
It's like it's connected to us too, though.
Yes, it is.
Because
it feeds us and our commercial fish, and it also controls the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Has an effect on that, just like the rainforests.
And it feeds our souls.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're deep enough into this to be watching the Okeanos, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you should turn off whatever you're looking at and turn this on. Because it's way better than anything you're going to find on TV. So
you see what Chris says about the multiple tubed?
Yeah, what was it? No idea. But it's collectible.
But if you find it, please.
Yeah, we'll get it when we get on the other side. I saw a bunch of them. I thought I don't remember them. And I don't have a name for them coming up in my memory, so I don't know if they're like just isolated to this like small area, or I just have never seen them before, or I have seen them and they've just evaporated from my memory.
I've been interested that every dive we've gone to seems to have a different set of dominant species, like that even though we see some of the same species at lots of these different places, it seems like most of the localities have something that's like really characteristic, and there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, they're repeated.
Yeah,
like they all like that one niche.
Like that fan that we saw on the wall.
Oh yeah, that fan sponge, which we didn't see. We saw maybe one or two like tucked around the corner on the second day.
Yeah.
But really, they were not nearly as abundant.
Yeah.
And then like when we went out yesterday, we had like the same like primnoid-looking gorgonian.
Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah. With the little corbitellid, the heterotella, or the like euplectellid vases were really common there. Oh, just the one species, but we saw it repeated.
Yeah, for whatever reason, they niche into that perfect spot. They've outcompeted everybody who lives there, or haven't been outcompeted yet by other things. It's like a mangrove, right? So mangroves can grow outside of salty areas, but they get outcompeted by other trees and plant life that don't necessarily, that work better in that area.
Yeah.
But they don't get outcompeted in the places that are really salty. So they grow a lot in the salty. Did they give you an ETA on mound number 2? Looks like we're moving pretty fast, though. We're going to be there shortly. Maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah, 5-10 minutes. I think we'll see bottom again. 10 minutes.
I think there's a Cadignath or something right there.
Yeah.
He's not moving around a lot. Maybe it's a fish.
Yeah, I think my money's on fish right now.
Alan, I was looking at the dive plan, and it shows off bottom time at 5 o'clock. Is that true or not?
Is off bottom time 5 o'clock? I thought it was 4.
It says 1700 on the email this morning.
Do you know what time off bottom is?
I think that may be a typo, but I am not.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can keep it. You typed it.
Still out there, too.
Yeah, he is.
The email should have said 4 o'clock off bottom.
Huh.
Let's see what I actually said. Oh no, that's an old one.
So I have bottom in sight ahead of us. And it looks like the peak of this mound is right in front of us. And it looks like a similar habitat that we just left, which is probably 80-70% standing dead, and then 20 or 30, 10, 20, 30% live Lophelia from this distance. I could be totally wrong. We could get there and just be sand, but I highly doubt that. Yeah.
So looking at screen 3, if that multi-beam overlay is current, you're about halfway between the two peaks, a little less than halfway.
Yeah, and John, if you look at feed 1, you can actually see the second peak coming into view right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it looks like this is the top of it. I don't see anything past it, so I think this is probably the height.
Well, I don't know. Look at your multi-beam.
Yeah, we look pretty far away, don't we?
No, I mean your multi-beam is.
Yeah.
I think there's a whole series of mounds in between.
Yeah, I got it.
I don't think.
It might be.
Yeah, so we're requiring the next local high. It's not necessarily the highest peak in the area,
Okay.
but we're trying not to do blue water the whole way. So we'll reacquire here and then keep traveling towards the east and a little north, and hopefully find the actual local high.
Okay.
So this was just the next local high according to our sonar. It's not necessarily the
high
absolute high.
Okay.
So it could be a bump in between the two that isn't captured in the multi-beam data.
Siroe. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you get that, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just like I think it's a whole bunch of individual little mounds. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes.
You know, kind of like Triceratops. Triceratops was a reef that we dove on due east of, I think it's Titusville, right? It's right off Cape Canaveral.
Yeah.
Maybe it was South Cape Canaveral. And it had 3 major mounds that were all Lophelia.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how they grow up that way.
Yeah, like a series of lumps. Taller than the other ones. And they change over time, I would imagine. Alright. So back on the slope of another. We did come up the first mound to the top of it and then made this jump into the second mound that we saw. And it looks like we're still in the saddle area. So okay. Yeah. Could get a good. And if Chuck is watching. 1.5 wide. A couple of these 40 centimeters coming at 9 o'clock, and then it's starting to build up as we go up this slope. So the car rubble starts to be maintain its shape and its height, and it's more of a standing dead with rubble between. And on the standing dead is where a lot of this living coral lives, just right on top of these standing dead colonies. And then we got Aphroclistes beatrix, which is a hexactinellid or glass sponge. Ooh, Medusa right there.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock.
Whizzing by.
Mm-hmm. And the type of Stausideris, a sideroid. There you go. Look at him.
Huh.
Got a little red center. What is that? He's really neat.
Oh.
No. I got Nizumi at 6 o'clock. That's that little rat tail fish.
Like a baby atoller or something.
It was neat. It's like, it looked like its tentacles kind of like went above its head and then bent.
Yeah.
And then he swam like.
Yeah. That sounds like if we'd might have seen a trailing tentacle. Those guys always keep one behind them too.
Wow, the slopes really increased here. It's pretty steep.
Just step back for that. That's exciting.
And then it looks like this area right here is the top of a local high, and we are pretty still far away from our tallest peak on the multi-beam. So as we come up these slopes, the coral remains more intact, and then as they break or whatever, the rubble becomes rubble, and that kind of is located more on the slopes and the base of these mounds. It's really typical. It's not like, a traumatizing thing or anything. It's a normal growth pattern for a Lophelia reef. If you saw this much dead coral in the shallow waters, you'd be pretty freaked out, But this is normal out here.
It's
It's
incredible.
awesome. Really healthy.
I've only seen one shallow reef that was anything like it in terms of the amount of coral.
Yeah.
Of course, it wasn't 50 meters high.
Yeah. Or like 1,000 feet underwater, 1,000 meters underwater. There's some hairy stuff over here. Can we get a peek at this at like 4, right on the edge of this mound? Yeah. It looks like arms, or it could be gorgonians. Yeah, those guys. Oh, they're little teeny tiny fine branched bamboo corals. So that's neat. Are these spindly? I see a crab too, some crab legs. Or squat lobster legs. That's really robust here.
Just incredible. And to think 60,000 of these mounds in the Million Mounds area?
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, that's a huge swath of space with these giant Lophelia mounds on them. Okay. Okay. Next bump is 30 meters away. Yeah, so I can kind of see it, I think. So we're looking out into the distance, looking for this second large mound that we're seeing on the multi-beam, which you can see in the upper right-hand corner of the quad screen in feed 3. I can just barely make it out of the base here. It looks like we're at the foot of this large mound, which was going to be our waypoint 4, the last. How many water samples do we have left?
We have two more, and I think we should wait till the
big mound.
Yeah.
And then whatever we do at the end, or last, right before we take off. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go for it. Yep, sounds good to me. So yeah, you can kind of see it in the distance. About 30, 40 meters away, they're picking up on the sonar the next mound. So they're going to get ready to pick up and make a jump.
Something's coming by.
Medusa.
Yep, another soul misses.
All right, so
just missed a Medusa to the left. Got a couple comments about a yellow sponge. Was it a yellow demo sponge?
it was that yellow one that we saw earlier.
Oh, at the very beginning.
It's the same, yeah.
The similar? Yeah, okay.
I think Chris gave me a name for it. No, the Bimnia.
Biemna?
Biemna.
Mm-hmm.
It looks similar to that.
Just catching up on my notes. George says another soul missus floated by while I was looking at my notes. I think there's another one there.
Siphonophore, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Bottom left and...
There's something Nath. I thought I saw sparkles, but maybe not. Siphonophore?
Like legs?
I thought I saw the reflector combs, but maybe, yeah, who knows. Maybe a little hatchet fish.
Something reflecting back at us.
We can sort of start making out the mound edge at 7, 8, 9 o'clock.
Definitely. Oh, there's another.
Midwater. Some critters.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out of the gloom.
There it goes.
Ooh. What is that?
I think that's Bathysiroe with its little frog kick.
Barely see it.
It's funny, that's moving so.
How do jellyfish move if they don't have muscles?
They do have muscles.
Like
Muscles, yeah.
the same kind of proteins that, like, we think of regular muscles?
Yeah, actin, myosin, all that good stuff.
Oh, neat.
And the cone jellies, they don't usually, they just use their teens to move most of the time, but like that Bathysiroe was showing how it can use basically muscles to squeeze those lobes to sort of fly, like as an escape.
This is pretty pointed here.
Yeah, it's looking. You can almost see the lines of corals, of the live coral, the white.
What's that? What's coming in? Oh my goodness.
I'm thinking that's got to be a siphonophore. Oh, it's a beautiful siphonophore, all splayed out in that nice spiral. Maybe apolemia, something like that.
Cool.
That was such a great view of the way they fish, deploy their nets.
Mm-hmm. We got a fish at noon, right off screen. Woo!
fish up above.
Here's somebody flipping around.
Alan, this is John.
Hey, John.
Back in the 70s and 80s, I think, there was quite a bit of work on what's called demersal plankton, the plankton that lived down in the coral reefs, shallow water coral reefs. And people would put nets over the coral, over the reef, and catch these demersal plankton as they came out. I believe they came out at nighttime.
Right.
I'm wondering if deep water reefs have the same, do the same thing, if the plankton living within the reef and coming out at different times. I mean, this is not so deep that it's black. You know, there is light here.
Right.
If you turn the lights out, you probably could see a little bit. But I don't know if anybody's looked at that.
Nor do I.
Plankton actually lives down in the reef.
But I wouldn't be surprised if that happens on reefs that are, you know, in these depths. I think someone should look at that.
Oh, there's somebody.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a good look at it.
9 o'clock now.
It's a low bait, Bathycyroe. Seems most likely. We're getting there.
Do we think this is the big mound, or do you think this is an in-between mound? Okay. Okay. Thank you. So this looks like another intermediary mound between our previous high and our upcoming target.
And look, if all that white is living Lophelia, there's quite a lot there.
Yeah, I can't really tell from here. It might be some exposed sediment. I think definitely on the top, the white ones on the top are alive. I think this down here at the base is probably more of a sand, exposed sand.
Yep.
You can see it has a different color, has a different texture from this distance. Of course, you know, things change as you get close to them. So.
No, but I think I see exactly what you're saying as we sort of get a little bit closer and it clears up.
My glasses are also very smudgy, so who knows? We won't know till we get there.
Could just get to the
peak. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? Like, you can see the base of this is more exposed sand.
Yep.
And then the top has those white living Lophelia, likely.
Yeah, and this is like the bamboo coral, the Keratoisis.
Yeah, like center screen, looks like that.
Little solmices going off to the left.
So this one doesn't seem to have as much living coral as the previous mound.
Yeah, it's interesting.
There is quite a bit of standing dead, though. And the center looks like the edges are more of a rubble, or the edge, at least to the left, is more of a rubble. There you got something in the water. What is that? Medusa? Little pink belly?
Definitely a Medusa. I wonder if it's a Solmissus with food. Ooh, yeah. Oh no, that's like Halotrephes kind of thing. That was cool.
So another Hydra Medusa?
Another Hydra Medusa, another Trachy Medusa.
So now we're back on the bottom, and we are on another small rise. It looks like 80% standing dead, maybe 70% standing dead. Oh, you got a nice...
Yeah, Siphonophore, nice
yeah.
one. Siphonophore coming by.
He's losing control.
Don't hit the coral. You won't like it.
Bloop. There's a couple of divots here with sand sticking out.
You can see the Euplectellid on the...
Yeah.
They really have a big, really distinctive shape. They're not like the same diameter. Sort of really expands before it closes back up again.
Mm-hmm. Like a cone.
Mm-hmm.
Like a rounded top ice cream cone.
Yeah, we saw that a lot below too.
I see bamboo corals too.
Yeah, that's another bamboo tipped over there, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything you want to look at it, Alan? Seems to be mostly the same stuff. I see Madrepora pink down in the lower left, or right, excuse me. Mostly standing dead. There's a bamboo coral. It looks like it's toppled over also. There's that yellow.
That yellow. That's the yellow sponge. Mm-hmm. The Biemna.
Mm-hmm. Maybe some more clutterized ball sponges. That
Yeah,
looks different.
Africalistes.
And here's a really long
bamboo whip.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the
Standing dead.
Ariosoma.
Mm-hmm.
The sea urchin just to the left.
Yep, rock. It's a coral rubble, and standing dead coral is what the bottom is made of. And then we don't have much Lophelia locally, but we do have some up on the upper crust, upper tip, and a little along the edges.
While we're waiting, we could take a zoom in just to the dead. It's this sort of apparent dead space, but we know that once we zoom into it, there's all sorts of organisms living in there. Yeah, let's see what we see, kind of thing.
Yeah, there's hydroids right there.
Yeah, a really happy hydroid.
Yeah, lots of ophiuroids. There's a piece of living Lophelia. We have solitary cup corals, Pseudodrypha at 3. There's another little Lophelia. Here's a shrimp or a mysis.
Yeah, a little.
I think that Lophelia might be freshly dead. It's really white, has all its calyces, but I don't see any tissue on it. Then we've got another gorgonian.
And that hydroid really popped out.
And then these ophiuroid legs.
And there's a soft coral, like a Pseudoriffa again. Yeah, so really, so many different organisms that are present on these reefs. Oh, that's great. 2 hours and... That's great.
There's a Euplectella we can look at coming up. That looks like a Cladorhizid maybe, or a Gorgonian.
Oh, the little... Yeah, can we zoom right in on that white stick? Yeah, right there.
That guy, yeah.
A white stick.
It's definitely a Gorg.
Yeah, Gorgonian.
You can see the polyps on it.
Small little one. And then the larger white sponge to the right would be good to get another good look at.
You'll have to, go wide. And if we can look down into it, I'm sure it's going to have its little commensal shrimps.
And
do we know if the shrimp that lives in these sponges are always the same as a single species?
No, I think last time I was out here, I think someone said it was multiple species. But I have not looked into it personally, so I don't remember.
This really looks like Heterotella.
Yeah, we can't see it. Yeah, I think there's Cladorhizids up there. Let's see. I don't see anybody, but I'm sure they're in there.
Yeah, I actually don't know if they're always there or not.
I think everyone I've looked at has had them. But not this one, apparently, or they're tucked away somewhere I can't see.
Right. Yeah, that really has the Heterotella look. It's definitely different than what we saw a couple dives ago. Not that far away, really. Just farther. We were out farther east on a mound. Yep, yeah. Thank you.
Degrees. Lots and lots and lots of coral, standing and dead and living. Booze. I think I see a Stylosideris or a sideroid urchin. They're blown past it. Okay. Then you can see we're going back down off the mound into another saddle area between here and our next local high, which may or may not be the target we're looking for.
It's a nice little Medusa, I think. Yep.
So it appears that
Halocreus minimum.
Individual mounds are right around 7 to 80 meters. We're like going across the fairly flat valley with these peaks coming up every so often. It's all between 770 and 780 meters.
Yeah.
Did you see that jellyfish had spines on the top of it?
Yeah, he looked funny. What kind was that?
It's Halocreus minimum.
Hali.
Creas. And, so those... that makes it harder to eat if you're...
Oh, sure.
For something soft-bodied to eat. I always like that as a good example of, did you know that jellyfish could be spiny?
Yeah. What is it made out of? What are their spines made out of?
It's hardened. It's the mesoglea, but...
So it's basically the same makeup as their
bell.
Squishy body. Hi, Chris. We decided that we were okay with collecting our multi-tubular cluster of hollow tube sponge that I don't think anybody has a name for. Did you have a name for that? Did you see it?
That clump of white tubes that were kind of hispid on the surface?
Yeah, and do they have a, no.
No sieve plate.
No sieve plate. She's a hispid. Hispid on the surface?
Hispid.
Yeah, so it was spiky, hairy.
Yeah.
Yeah, very different. I agree. I have not seen it before.
We've seen a couple.
It looked like an hexactinelle.
Yeah, I thought hexactinelle too, and I think Alan agreed. But we've seen a couple of them. I'm sure we'll see more on the main. We're trying to get over to this main mound because that's our target, and then once we're there, we'll start making some more collections. So we should be able to find one on that side because I've seen many. Now, of course, I say that, and who knows what we'll find, but get lucky. That looks like a core listed.
We're just showing a lot more area with a lot more sediment.
Yeah.
As we're crossing this next saddle.
Yeah, this area here is dipped in between the mounds. They call it a saddle area.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see there's almost no standing coral. It's all coral rubble and sedimentation. So it's much less alive here. So yeah, we're going to do another blue water jump. No worries. Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
That's a good. Siphonophore going by in the top.
So in the stream 3, the lower right quadrant of our quad split, you'll see another sonar quad split. The left being our blue view from the ROV, and the right is a sonar on ROV, the middle, and the far right one is a sonar that's on Sirius. Just so you know what those various wave patterns are.
Mm-hmm.
So Sirius has got his sonar going 360 since we always want to see what's all the way around it, while the ROV is panning in front of it.
Hello.
Hello, Chris. How are you?
Fine. I just wanted to if this is a good time just to make a comment.
Oh, I think it's a perfect time, Chris.
Yeah, since you are, well, this is very exciting and excellent. Thank you. Let me just lower my computer here. No, well, it's very exciting, this last dive. And I was hearing some of the conversations before, the comments from Sherry Morrison about large biogeographic study and the modeling they're doing, and also your comments about how different were the main characters at each of the different habitats or the different mounds that you have visited. And I posted a question because I don't know when these reefs evolve, And we know that in the Cambrian there were corals already, but it's very interesting how widespread they are in the latitude and in the depths, from 80 to 3,000 meters deep, these Lophilia reefs. And it just made me think that that we probably find a lot of unique, testimonial in these different species, from evolutionary history. So these are very unique habitats that probably have recorded or have records of very different events in the evolutionary history of at least of the sponges, that we are finding.
So were you asking or commenting about the history of the Lophilia as fossils?
Comment.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, both. Both.
Yeah, I was just having a little trouble hearing. That's all. Sorry.
Oh, don't worry. I'm just from the sponges that we studied from Southeast USA that are in that NPA guide.
Yes.
That we send you. There are at least 20 species that are only are associated to these Lophilia grounds,
right.
And at least 10 are unknown. Several are found, in the East Atlantic. One species of one genus, and this might in this side of the Atlantic, it might be other species. So I'm just reflecting as you guys are showing and speaking about your experience that not only each mound might have different species, but because this is a habitat that probably have been before any other type of coral reef formation, that they contain a lot of unique species that are, survivors of long history.
Right.
Very long history. So it makes it even more unique and interesting.
Yeah, I like that perspective. I like to think of every species that we share this planet with has this lineage that's 3.5 billion years old, and that lineage had to persist through all these different times and changing conditions and new competitors, and to make it alive, to be alive at the same time as we are.
Yeah.
And so
they offer these models or this historical witness that can be very informative and important to tell about the history, of the life history in the ocean.
Right.
Sponges are one of them because they've been around for a long, long time.
Exactly. Especially the sponges.
Yes. Well, I'll be in the background, and I want to just thank you
before you go. Before you go, Chris, John Reed is saying in the chat room that the oldest Lophelia from this region is only dated to about 35,000 years ago, but that's just surface corals, so they could be, obviously the ones that are way down deep inside these bioherms are going to be older than that, and that one of the reefs that was cored off of Norway at the base of that bioherm reef that was 1 million years old, so it had been growing for 1 million years, and I think we can assume that that these are living on a similar time scale. So these are really ancient structures.
Are there fossils, Lophelia reefs that are fossils on land? Do you know?
Not that I know of, like something like the Burgess Shale. Like, do we have anything like that? Not that I know of. As far as fossilized Lophelia, I mean, we do have fossilized shallow water reefs. We were on one a few days ago. I can't imagine they don't exist. It seems crazy to me, but I don't know if we have found any or have been able to, like we'd have to go out and core to find the deep. Now, we did find a reef two days ago that looked like it had at one point in time been growing and then had stopped growing and turned to just rubble. So I'm sure they exist because eventually they die and no longer are capable of living in whatever the changing habitat. And then they, grow shallower or whatever. But I don't think we know of any in particular that are considered fossilized Lophelia reefs that are no longer active.
So they might be modern type of communities, you think?
Yeah, I mean, they could be.
Investigate a little bit with the paleontologists. Well, you are a person. We have Alan. That's part of your original formation. No? But I don't know if there is. I was looking before asking you guys, and I couldn't find, any information.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and I quick asked Kim Galvez, who was on the last time I was on. She got a job at NOAA, being a lead on the Okeanos. She said not that she knew of, and she's geologist and studies these Lophelia reefs, so she wasn't sure off the top of her head if there was any that anyone knew about fossilized Lophelia reefs from however long ago.
Well, it would be exciting if it would be a modern evolved type of ecosystem, no? Like mangroves are compared to hermatypic coral reefs. It would be interesting if it would be novel, even a more reason to protect them as a source of of new habitat and new niches and all that. I was thinking that they're very old because of this type of fauna that is associated in terms of the sponges. Exactly. Things that are all across the Atlantic and from way north to way south in the latitude. So it's exciting that these expeditions are occurring. You guys are on it too.
They're exciting and they are fun too.
Yes.
So, Chris, also, I'm not sure when Lophelia first showed up in the fossil record. I'm thinking maybe in the Miocene, but I'm not really sure. Miocene is like 8 to 10 million years. I'm not positive. I know in some fossil records in Europe, there are deep water reefs. And in fact, there's some Oculina coral reefs in the rock, but I'm not sure about Lophelia. One thing that we're going to see in the future is how is acidification, how is ocean acidification going to affect these deep water reefs over the next 50, 100 years as it gets worse. It could be very detrimental to them.
Yeah. And I was thinking, too, about the genetic evidence that shows how closely related Lophelia is to some of the Desmophyllum species, like really closely related. So maybe these reefs are more relatively recent evolutionary, consequence of their becoming colonial organisms. I mean, you can't build these reefs as solitary cup corals. And I know that the genetic data showed just a slightest divergence from Desmophyllum sister species.
We have a sea star in center screen, Goniasterity. Now, do we think we're on the big mound here?
It looks like we're on the big mound.
Okay.
It appears we're on the west side of the big mound on the multi-beam.
That's what Nav was saying, too.
I'm not sure how far, maybe 100 meters. It's hard to tell from that map, from the peak.
Yeah.
I think it's 85.
We have it selected here, so 53 meters.
53 meters, yeah.
Bearing 85, 83 degrees. So this is a distance and a bearing here from the ROV, and then from Sirius and the ship.
That's great. I think that Goniasterid's
Go ahead,
feeding.
Bridge. Thank you, Bridge.
I guess maybe it's feeding on the Nephtheid.
Maybe. Have to
Not sure we've...
poke it and see.
Who is it eating, says Chris Mile. That's Circeaster americanus again. But to me, it looks like it's up against that Pseudodrypha.
We're going to make our way up the slope.
Looks like maybe some Phoraid. Maybe it was just Africalistes.
I see this volcano sponge at 3 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's dead center screen. I think we collect something like this on our first day.
I think we did with the lip on the top. The fine lip around the osculum.
Yeah, it might be, I might be the Characella species.
Which one?
Caracella.
Oh, yeah, Caracella.
Astrophorid.
Astrophorid, okay.
Caracella.
It's still being described, I believe, right?
Yes, it's undescribed. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that same plumose hydroid that's everywhere, along with Anthomastus, or Pseudoanthomastus.
Okay, while you're zoomed in, the ship finished their heading change, so whenever you guys need one, we're ready.
We're ready.
Yep. 6 foot, happy. Bridge nav. Yeah, another move. Same as the last. 10 meters, bearing 065 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
There's Africalypses at noon.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty nice. And then we have a Stylosedaris tucked in there at 3. And a couple of these white gorgonians, and there's a large bamboo coral at 3 o'clock too. And as we go up slope, we've got more relief in the height of the standing dead coral, and it looks like there might be some higher percentage of living coral at the upper area, at the top of this. Yeah, see Stylosedaris, those two pencil urchins.
Mm-hmm. They really just stand out with their like starburst of white.
I would imagine it's difficult to live with those big spikes sticking out all over your body.
No, I think, how do they make it around in this terrain?
Right? I can barely get on the top bunk. I can't even imagine how they're getting around in this. Ooh, I think that might be bubblegum coral. The lower left, lower right.
I hadn't seen any bubblegum yet, right?
Yeah, we saw some 2 days ago on that deeper Lophelia reef.
But not on this dive, I don't think.
I really rarely see those on Lophelia. Actually was surprised to see them 2 days ago. So I think there's a sea star maybe at 3. Maybe not. There's so much to look at. It's hard to
I know, I see a lot of these
focus.
little tufts of sort of the brown soft coral, the nephthiid.
Echinus. There's like an elephant ear sponge maybe at noon.
Yellow Acanthogorgia, probably. Oh, I think that just to the left.
Off screen?
Yeah, 9 o'clock. I think we're coming right into it. That's that.
Oh, yeah, that sponge, huh?
That sponge. Yeah.
Is this the top of the... No, it looks like we have more to go.
No, we're not quite at the top.
Goodness.
Yeah. So we're going to hold off collecting.
Oh.
So, Chris Moore.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Says
Thank you, Bridge.
Those spines are on movable knobs. They have this catch collagen. They're more flexible than they look.
Still, you're walking around with like a big bunch of sticks on your body. Like it cannot be easy. I mean, I guess in COVID it would work because then you've got like a 6-foot radius around anyone. But like, I don't know how they get around under here.
A couple
Very
meters
awkward.
left on Zero Smooth.
Yeah, so this looks a little closer to our...
Now we're making it up there.
Yeah, it looks like an increase in slope a bit. It's getting a little shallower. We're at like 780. Okay. That looks about right with the bathymetry that I'm seeing.
Yeah, that we're almost to the 780 meter line.
Mm-hmm. And it keeps going up ahead of us, so it looks like we might. Sorry, they're making boat announcements, and what did they say? Oh, post-cruise meeting. Oh. The cruise isn't over yet. I'm still working here.
This is work?
Yeah, well, they, for some reason, pay me to do it, so I guess it is.
Oh, there's that sponge again.
Yeah, what is that crazy sponge?
Just want it.
The whole thing. Suck it up. Oh, I totally apologize for chewing in your ear earlier. Did not mean for that to happen. I got busted by Roland.
It could have been anyone.
I know, but it was me. Come on.
You had to fess up.
I did. It was me.
I'm sure you were not the first person
I know.
that people were thinking of.
Oh, no.
Oh,
or that
you are the
done
first
it.
person that's done it.
Look at that cool sponge. So
I don't know.
Huh.
That's the perfect specimen for Christina.
I know. It is the
You want to
perfect.
get it? Can we stop? Is it too late?
Maybe I just grab it and go. You can get it clear.
Pick it up. Just pick it up.
Pilot, could we collect that sponge?
Is it too late? They might be already moving.
I missed some of that. I'm sorry.
It would be. Yeah. Can we get that? Yeah, that one. Yeah, that guy.
It's a beautiful looking specimen.
And then we want to do a water sample at the top of this mound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That is number... This is going to be 7. So D14, number 7B.
Sirius has got a fish in his camera. I'm sorry, HD2.
Oh, so Roland says he thinks he saw a chimera in D2's,
Nice.
Sirius's view, but I didn't see him. Oh, one of the other cameras on the ROV. So this looks like a cluster of hollow tubes. Definitely put it in the hexactinellids, but other than that, I don't have a clue what to call it.
Yeah, I'm asking Chris Bronco, and obviously if Chris Diaz has ideas.
Yeah, just something better than hexactinellid, but we can just put hexactinellid. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's certainly, we can always tell back in lab. That's what's really required to make the identification anyway.
It is very Euplectella shaped, but it's...
Yeah. I think that Euplectella was recently amended, the definition. They usually always have a sieve plate, but there's an exception. Yeah, maybe we can get a zoom right as we pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. You can see this nice slope we're on. Really, it's pretty steep, 45 degrees maybe. So we come up to the top of this peak. Yeah, it has that same, almost like a vase that comes in at the top. And then the oscule has this really, obvious rim. And, yeah, but in Euplectella, that's all covered. So maybe this one is not what we're looking for. This looks like Look at it. That one has a sieve plate.
It does?
Yes.
Oh, This is not, then we don't want this, right?
I don't think so.
No. I'm thinking.
There is one behind us, though, if we turn around. Another one. Yeah, well, do Euplectella usually cluster like this?
Occasionally,
Okay.
yes. So
I believe that we are wrong on this pilot as far as bothering to collect it. There is another one of the species we're targeting. If you either back out or turn to the left, it's kind of behind you at this point. There's a cluster of 2 tubes. Sorry, we should have zoomed before we set up. That's our fault. Is this one another? This is another Euplectella. Nope, forget it. Let's go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, these are not the targeted species.
They will be connected at the bottom and then have the
hollow tube,
the hollow tubes without a top.
Sorry about that. Bail.
Darn.
All right, so we are still on this main mound here. This looks like the slope of the large high we're looking at.
Yeah, we really want to find the one without the sib plates. So so when we get up there, we'll take some snap zooms if we see anything that looks possible.
Catch ourselves before we torture our pilots unnecessarily.
I know. And people and ourselves from wanting to get to the top.
Yeah. This is really steep here. This is the steepest part we've seen so far, I think. And we've got, we are doing a pilot shuffle.
Chris Bronco's laughing at me.
Oh, for what?
For good reason.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I was talking about the Euplectella. It's not necessarily being amended to not necessarily include a sib plate. Yeah, that was in our paper.
Oh. You wrote that, you goober?
Well, she wrote most of it.
But you reviewed it at least.
Yeah, that's why I knew that it existed.
Didn't know it was something you had your name on.
Yeah.
Look, after your 90th paper, I get it, right? It's like my 5th day at sea. I don't know what I did yesterday or 3 days ago, what day of the week it is.
I do reread my papers sometimes to figure out what I said before.
What did I do before?
Yeah. Interesting. Getting a little change. Let's get up to the top.
Yay. Yeah, we're on bottom till about 4, so we have another hour and a half. And then that will be end of...
Oh, yeah. I was thinking 3:30, so I'm happy to hear that.
It's 4, right?
I think you're right, yeah. Because we're so shallow. Yeah, so shallow. Only 780 meters.
It's two Empire State Buildings. Well, 1 3/4. Yeah, it looks like the top. Looks like another one of those finger sponges at 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Caracella.
Which was what, Pakistrellid? What was it? Go ahead, Nav. Yeah, the top of the highest peak.
Correct.
Which, if this is it, this, but if it's past this, then that. I don't know. I can't really tell. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Sponge, there's a sponge we're after, but I haven't seen it in a little bit. So it's going to be a tube sponge, a cluster of tubes. Wait, but I haven't seen it in a while, so we'll let you know. Thanks. Mm-hmm.
It's like brambles up there with all the dead standing Lophelia.
And we're on the western side of this slope. Hey, did somebody call in? Yeah, we got standing dead Carl, the top of this high mound. We're at 777 meters. And I believe the shallowest point should be close to right here, 776, 775.
Yeah, so it looks like we just have a few meters up to the right there.
Yep. Ooh, what was that? Yeah, we got a couple of living Lophelia at the top. They're maybe 10, 15 centimeters wide. Most of this is standing dead. I can even see some sediment in between. I even see maybe a little more of a peak up there.
Yeah, a little off to the right.
Yeah. Might get a little higher up there. Hey, somebody call in?
Hey, Steph.
Hey, John.
I'm just looking at the I'm just still looking at the multi-beam. You're still not at waypoint 4. You're on the west side yet.
Yeah, and I can't think I see a higher peak in the distance too.
We're headed in that direction.
See it in the distance out there?
Yeah, I see something out there for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're off bottom at 4 o'clock, right?
Yep, 4 o'clock. So we've got about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be a higher. Oh. Okay, 350. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. So we have about 70 minutes.
Yeah. And it looks like this comes up shallower in front of us, so I think we should head up that peak up there, do our second to last water sample, grab some specimens, and then it'll be the end of the dive.
Yeah, well, you forgot to say take a look around.
Yeah. Well, grab some specimens. That's taking a look around, isn't it? We gotta go around and look for stuff.
Absolutely. Look how steep it is. This
I know.
is really
They pointed.
Yeah.
What's that mountain in Switzerland?
The Matterhorn.
The Matterhorn, yeah. Looks like it's flat on the top, though. I'm seeing up there. So Jason in Michigan on Twitter says Lophelia biharms are beyond amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
That is so true. Nice little siphonophore going by Sirius's view.
Has Okeanos done any night dives out on these deep reefs? Be interesting to see the difference in biota.
I don't think so. I don't even know if they do night dives. I think they only launch during the day. I can check with the pilot. Hang on a second. Pilot, have you guys ever done any night dives out here? Yeah. Yeah, you're up like by sunset, right?
No, we've done some extended recoveries at 6 or 7 o'clock.
So you would have come up after sunset. Yeah. No. Okay. Are we able to zoom right now? Can you zoom on that? Okay. 4 o'clock, there's a tube sponge. Yeah. Yeah. Right about center screen right now. He might be a target for us to pick up.
I think it's got a sit plate.
Yeah, we got to get closer. I can't. Yeah, it's too holy.
Yep, nope. That's not the right one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We know what that is. Over, yeah. Mm-hmm. So the one we're looking for looks really similar, but it seems a little less see-through.
Yeah, it's got a thicker wall to it. It doesn't have the clear holes.
Yeah. So that's what we're looking at for. And then when we get to the top of this last mound, we're going to do our final. Oh, no. Second
to last water column. We can do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another euplectellid. Yeah. It's going to be a little whiter than that. Where it says that, like, kind of cleary blue color. Let me see a cutthroat eel.
Yep, 2 left. Pink cutthroat.
There's a solitary stalk. I'm not sure what that is. There's a couple of them, right? There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
Maybe bamboo cars or something. Ooh, that's a crazy shaped Lophelia.
Wow.
Looks like a wave.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's really weird looking. It's really weird. Oh, you know what? It might be a flopped over Gorgonian with a Lophelia on it.
Yeah, didn't go too far.
Mm-hmm.
And the old stalk is sticking straight up, right?
That's what it looks like to me. Like it fell over and then got stuck.
Cemented like that.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a wave.
Can you zoom in on the Gorgonian that's sticking up there? Just to the
Yeah, we can zoom
pretty
in.
much in the middle now. Try to figure out what that is.
Or what it was.
To the left a little bit. Go to the left.
Go to the left.
9 o'clock. Where the
Okay.
tips are still alive.
Okay, down at the base. Yeah, can we zoom in? Keep going right there. 9 o'clock of that a little bit.
There's a
The brown one.
You go into, or is that
Yeah, I saw the picnic on it. Yeah.
part of it?
Now it's off screen to the top, up a little bit. Sorry. Yep. This bramble of Gorgonian. It's dead center right now. The tips of that.
Maybe that's the Lophelia there. I don't know. What is that?
No, John. It looks like the polyps are running along the branches.
Yeah.
It almost looks more like an oculinus shape where the polyps are along the branches. What is that?
That I think is the Untitled
Untitled,
The polyps of the Untitled are kind of truncated, tall and truncated. I can't tell right now if those are that. Might be.
Some really short polyps?
Yeah, they look like stumps, right? So the stumpy up here.
Yeah.
I'm thrown off by this.
Yeah.
By the thickened area at the base that has the polyps running, like they're in the stem as opposed to like branched off and then in the tip of the branch.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Maybe it's madrepore or something. Just throw me off. I don't know. It could be an
I
Alapsamia.
think it's Untitled.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's an Alapsamia.
Okay. And then there's some more behind it.
It's not madrepore.
So there's lots of scleractinians here.
No.
It's weird.
It's weird, isn't it?
What about the big dead part of what appeared to be Gorgo on the right? What do you think that was?
I'm not sure about that either. Can we look at let's see, 1 o'clock? It looks like, help me here, Alan. This part.
Yeah, it looks dead, darkest. It's the darkest brown. Yeah. And a little to the right of that, although.
Yeah, the dead part. So
those are all hydroids on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're trying to figure out what this species is. That looks like it's flopped upside down.
Yeah, what it was. Exactly. You're in the right spot.
I cannot tell. I don't know. It's too far gone. But it's been there long enough to have a couple inches of Lophelia growing on it, so.
Yeah, so maybe that branching will mean something to Scott.
Oh, that looks, see, now I see these large polyps again.
Oh,
so it might be just the basis of a dead Anopsamia,
yep.
right? That looked like it was over there. It just flipped or something.
Okay.
Whatever it is, it's really old.
Tipped upside down.
Mm-hmm. Like it flipped
just
and then...
Dead scleractinians.
Mm-hmm.
Live scleractinians on dead scleractinians.
Mm-hmm. Steve Cairns mentioned earlier that most of these stylaster were stylaster urbescens, I believe he said.
Oh, okay.
He said about 90% of what we were seeing is stylaster urbescens.
Urbescens. They're like zigzaggy, but they have really skinny tipped polyps, like a little fingery polyps.
Mm-hmm. Is Africalistes in there?
Yeah. So it looks like 773 is our shallowest area. This is the top of, maybe, the top of the top. Another 10 meters.
It's great.
It should be another peak on the multi-beam.
Yeah, I don't see anything else. How much? I think they said 10 more meters left. Maybe over there.
Just up to the
We're
left.
on the multi-beam. You're right at the edge of the 780 contour, and the middle's still to the east of us.
No, we haven't taken that water sample yet.
It's amazing that these could all build something so high.
Yeah, a little hydroid or something.
Blowing in the breeze.
Yep.
I'm lucky to be me.
Yay!
Like with its branches out. Woo!
Now go catch up food. There's a nice gorgonian there at center screen. The distance.
Beautiful one.
Yeah, get a good look at it. I get a little closer. It's pretty alive here. White coral, I'm seeing. What do you, 40, 50% coral cover? Living coral cover?
Say about 40% living.
Yeah, I think so. see Madrepora, a pink one, at 9. Can we look at that Gorgonian at 3? Looks like a bamboo coral. Keratosis, right? Oh, what's the jelly? We got a jelly. Oh, he's a
That's
dead
all right.
jelly.
He's messed up. He probably skipped across the. That's a soul missus.
Got it ripped apart on the Lophelia.
Yeah, he's probably
Poor
already.
guy.
Just the.
That's a bamboo. Yeah. Very nice.
Internodal.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little
Got
octocorals. Nice little Anthomastus down there. Anthomastus-like. Look at that thing. That is huge.
Mm-hmm. At least almost a meter. 70 centimeters, maybe.
I think at least a meter wide. Yeah, Yeah. Sticking with it. More than a meter wide.
I'll take it. We're good whenever you guys are.
Ye old keratoisis. Good one, Scott.
Another Echinus or Echinoderm. Sea urchin. Another Stylosidurus at 6. Well, now it's about 6 o'clock. And then the pink Anthomastus.
Yeah, should we take a snap zoom on that Anthomastus?
Go for it.
Tina in the chat was asking for that.
Okay, can we snap zoom the pink
The
that's
red?
dead center now? Yep, right above laser.
Here you go, Tina.
And there's a strawberry coral.
This one's tall. It's less smaller central area.
Yeah, they usually have that like ball, right, in the middle. That looks like one shrunk up down here at the bottom, little pink guy.
Yep.
Right at the edge of the screen too. You can see a lot of this Lophelia looks like it's freshly broken. Like it's got severed.
Snapped right off.
Yeah, snapped off areas.
Yep. We can keep moving if we want. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
There's lots of live Lophelia up here.
So that might have been a young bubblegum coral.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Which might explain the lack of a central.
I think I see a geodid sponge at like 1 o'clock-ish. Yeah. And then there's a pink coral right in front of it that looks like probably Madrepora. so that looks like a geodia.
Nice, big
round
ball-shaped demo sponge.
And when you cut them in half and open them up, they look like they have this rim, like a rind, right? And then the spicules inside that area kind of all point to the center, and it looks like a geode. And that's where they get their name from, geodia.
Saw some more of that stylaster there. Erubescens, maybe. Plenty of Nephtheid, more of that yellow sponge.
Some bamboo corals. A little dip here in the side of the wall. Drops down a little bit into some sediment and then builds back up as we crab past.
Oh, yeah.
The little gorgonian? Or the fish? The fish. Natsumia, maybe? The rat tail?
Using the fish as an opportunity to show you the sediment.
Oh, the sediment.
Tiny one.
Yeah. So you look
See lots of spines in the sediment? Like echinoid
urchins,
spines? Yeah. Nice little cup coral there in the foreground.
Among the coral rubble. You can see the aging too, so the not quite as old dead over here is a lighter color. The calyces are still kind of intact, and then the dark color over on the right, there's hardly any calyces intact. It's just like almost like a little hole. And then you got some living at the top there a little bit. And then a little bit of stylaster, some standing dead, and then some living corals at the tips.
Yeah, quite a lot of that little white stylaster in there. And we're still climbing it.
It's a different kind of gorgonian, yeah? But look at this guy right here. What am I looking at?
Oh, the, like, funny...
Maybe it's just standing dead coral. Oh, that is dead Afrocalistes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a dead sponge and a crinoid.
It's all sedimented in.
I was seeing something in the upper... I think it's just a dead standing. Yeah, so...
11 o'clock?
Yeah, 11, 10 o'clock. There's a white... Oh, my God. Okay, it's like an hour before...
It's a white colony with very disorganized-looking branches.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe that's Lophelia?
Yeah, I think it's just dead Lophelia. Just... That one's really spindly, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really...
thin branch.
Weird-looking organism to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at the dead part underneath it, which is the same. It's fine. I know. We know what it is. Yeah. It just looks funny from far away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's Afrocalistes. You know what that is. Bamboos next to it. And then when we get to the peak of this, which I believe is the center, we would like to take a water sample at the tippy top. There's some madrepora and a nutzumia. That's a rat tail and a zigzag coral. The slope's about 45 degrees. A lot of these tips are still alive. That's really good. It's 100% covered. I mean, maybe 1 or 2% is sand, but for the 98% covered in a scleractinian or with some fans growing on it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close to the top.
Mm-hmm. Here's the sponge. There's another sponge that might be.
Oh, yeah. 2 o'clock?
Yeah. You see the two cream-colored tubes?
Something here, too.
I think that...
Oh, it's soft coral?
Yeah.
I wonder if those are live, these sponges.
Yeah, they're really dark. But the ones we're after have that schmutz on its, spicules. So this might be it. I don't know. Let's not get too excited. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, we want to collect that. Yeah, whatever you can grab.
Yeah, actually, I think both would be great.
They're going to be really either, I think, soft. They're going to be really soft. So you might be best to grab the coral it's living on. Just snap that off and grab the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, so they're about 10 centimeters wide, maybe 20 to 30 centimeters tall. It looks like a double cluster of hollow tubes. They're going to be spiky, spiny on the outside. What I think Chris calls hispid.
Yeah.
And then there are hollow tubes. So there's no sieve plate like we were seeing on the euplectellid.
Interesting too.
I think that's Aphroclistes.
Probably.
Just a little shorty.
Uh-huh.
So this is going to be sample 7B.
Mm-hmm.
Dive 14, sample 07B.
Maybe we let them make the collect and then shoot off the water.
Yeah.
If we run out of time for our final water sample, we can always do it on a scent if you know. This is exciting. I really want to know about the sponge.
I think we might have undescribed. Is that what you all think?
Yep. And I'm it looks like it's beginning to grow another tube just towards us. It's got like a little bud of another tube.
Little baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's actually 3 tubes. There's one in the back. If you look down on it from the camera above, there's actually 3 tubes there.
Nice.
So it's a triple cluster.
This could be a holotype someday. Who knows?
Yep.
Don't want to get ahead of ourselves because a lot of work between now and then. But and you can see those nice anthomastus in there.
Yeah.
And a little.
There's a little fishy.
Little fish. Yeah, it's got a long tail, right? Is that a Netsumia?
It looks like it could be. Yep, so you can see the This is going to be really sharp when we go to pick it up. We make sure we're going to, of course, we always wear gloves,
Nice
but
amphipod on it.
stuff like this, we have to be really careful because even some of these spicules can be so sharp they can go right through your gloves. So I will be wearing the giant, thick blue gloves that go up to my elbows when I take it out of the bucket. Because it is horrible having one of those in your fingers. And they're so fine, too.
What a beautiful, beautiful
cool.
video and a beautiful sponge.
It looks like cotton candy.
A little cotton candy.
Has the
don't
texture,
eat it.
Oh, yeah, please don't eat it. It has the texture of cotton candy. But it's not pink, and I'm sure it's not very sweet. Probably more like glass spines in your mouth, but, you know.
Got to get some good lab shots of this guy.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how soft it is, because it looks like it could have a lot of that really, it could be really soft. And
I'm thinking it's a little firmer.
I think it's firmer than that, like it's going to be crispy.
On the way to crispy.
Yeah.
Not crispy. It's not going to fall apart, but
just not as soft as the Halenina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be easier just to kind of get the carl underneath it. It should just be pretty come off. Yeah, softer on the borderline of soft and crispy.
But not crumbly.
Yeah, I doubt it's breakable. Very breakable. The only thing... Yeah.
Yeah. Port out are great. We're going to want to fix a little bit of this in formalin as well.
Okay. We'll let the...
For histology or...
So you're going to do like a formalin subsample for that?
Yeah, or maybe part of one of the tubes. It just depends on sort of how big it is and what looks, but yeah. Formalin subsample. Ethanol subsample. Main thing in ethanol. Chris Bronco says this might be a rosellid.
Mm-hmm. Are you doing Rosalidae? Okay.
Double S, double L. That's... It just gives us more to start from, But that is a large and diverse family.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine, if these were seen on other dives, that people would say, it's a little euplatellid.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen these before. I mean, maybe Harbor Branch has some, because they've been out here
collecting
like a ton.
for so long.
Yeah, but I don't. My brain's not recovering this from its memory. Like, I don't. There's nothing in that slot for that guy.
Yes, Deb, this doesn't look like anything we've collected.
Okay, so there you go.
That I can think of.
Yeah, and John is super good at recovery on this stuff. Like, he'll look at it and be like, oh, we collected that in like 75, and like, blah, blah, blah. Like, we were on this dive, and like, it was, so-and-so was in the sub with me. So if he doesn't remember, we don't have it.
That's
a pretty safe assumption.
That's pretty exciting.
I wonder how it looks almost like it could like break apart real easy, you know, like
Yeah.
like the three
Might be
tubes
more-
aren't really that connected to
More
each other.
fragile than I thought.
Yeah. There you go. Good job. Perfection. It's really cream colored.
Yeah, it really is. Like it's collected sediment on the outside, or maybe that's just its color. Look at that go in the box.
Bye. Oh, don't float. You're going to sink.
Yep.
So that was 7. Yay! Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's 7 degrees, the water temperature Celsius right now.
So we actually got colder as we got shallower.
Yeah.
Huh.
Very good work. Okay, what do we want to look at now? We still got
Half hour or so?
yeah, 20 to 50. Yes, about a half hour to look around for stuff.
Did anyone landside have anything they felt like needed to get targeted or picked up? It looks like we've got some more reef over there, too. Oh, we need our water sample.
Yep, we should check a water sample.
Yeah, we need a water sample when we get a chance.
Stephanie, what can you see in the distance?
There's
Looking at the multi-beam, it still shows the peak southeast of you.
In the distance, John, I do see another mound in front of us. Looks like it's about the same height as this one, maybe a little taller. It's hard to tell from the angle of the camera.
Can you see the multi-beam on the quad?
Yeah, so if we look at the multi-beam, yeah, and go to the highest point, you want to go out there instead for our water sample, Alan?
No, I think we should take a sample now. We can take a sample there.
Okay,
Might as well.
let's pop our second to last sample here.
Thanks. So we don't have to worry about when we're going to do it.
So that's 8W.
We'll just do it over there at the end.
Yeah. There it goes.
Nice. So we have our 8th sample of the day. And it's nearby that Rosellid collect, which presumably will have a nice solid barcode on. I'd be curious. Say yourself, is that in that sample?
Yeah.
Yay, yay, yay.
Who was that? Oh, Chris.
Cristiana Castello Branco.
Yeah.
Chris is great. You'd like her.
Oh, I'm
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, nice little Medusa going by. I think it's another Solmissus. They've been really common in the water column.
Yeah, a little fishy. Oh, wait, that's a chimera.
Mmm.
Nice. The ghost shark, is that what their common name is?
I think they ought to be called chimeras. No, I think they're rabbit
fish.
But
he's pretty neat. I think that one's pretty young. Like dark. Yeah, it's
Chimera monstrosa.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one that had speckles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's monstrosa.
We got something pink here. What is this?
Dead Africalistes.
I think so. Let's see. Can we zoom center screen? Yeah, dying.
Oh yeah, half
Show.
dead, half alive, but also has zoanthids.
Mm-hmm. And like a really long. Look how long that.
Yeah, that one little finger out there. It's really nice.
Madrepora next to it in the pink.
Mm-hmm.
Did we see any black corals on this dive?
Nope.
I haven't seen a single one, yeah.
What's that? That's probably a hydroid center screen. Yeah, pink and fuzzy. A hydroid.
Hydroid over top a nephtheid.
Mm-hmm.
Little hermit crab in the soft coral nephtheid.
Mm-hmm. A couple of them, too. I see two. A white sponge on the base. Bamboo coral, I think, to the right. A stylaster to the left. There's an interesting sponge coming up. We've got a geode at 3 in the background, that ball, but then next to it we have this like hollow tube. I wonder if that's the same species we just grabbed. Yeah, that guy.
That looks just like what we grabbed.
Yeah. Not as hairy, though. Oh, I guess when we get closer, it's pretty hairy. Awesome. And it's got an extension down at the bottom there.
think we're really at the top.
No, look over there.
Oh my gosh.
We are not at the top. Look at that.
You're right.
Keep going.
How about if I show it to you like this?
It gets shallower and shallower and shallower.
It's incredible. It just keeps going.
I know. Let's make our way to the top of that peak, and I don't think there's much else we're going to be collecting anyway, since we're getting to the end. But if we could get to the top of that mound in front of us, and then our last water sample, probably the end of the dive. There it is. The tippy top.
Yeah, I can see it still going off in the distance.
I know.
Going and going and going.
I know. We're trying.
At some point, it does have to drop off on the other side.
We would think. Otherwise, it would be a little island.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. I think it's round. I think I'm seeing the rounded top of it. But who knows?
Haven't we said that before?
I've said it like 15 times already, so who knows what we're seeing.
It's just so incredible.
Keep going. That looks like a yellow anthozoa. I mean,
Like
yellow
zoanthids.
zoanthids. Oh my god. An hexagonellid. What's the pink one? That's probably Madrepora. I see something dark in the 3 o'clock. Probably a jellyfish.
Oh, yeah.
Now that looks like the one we saw stuck earlier.
Yep, that does. And that is almost certainly Paralia.
It looks like you got ripped.
Yeah. Maybe it's been on the bottom already and got loose.
He's not very good at swimming anymore.
Oh,
a little discombobulated.
It's definitely ripped up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Transferring that organic matter out onto the seafloor.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can imagine coming through at this depth. There, this is one of thousands of these mounds, right? So if you skip across the top and hit some corals.
Oof. And your body's made of jelly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't stand a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So you're lucky if you get out of that.
Exactly as suspected.
Yep, Afrocalistes with zoanthids and a little crab.
so great.
I do not see the top of this mound. I see it still goes up past the edge of the camera.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
The never ending.
Right?
Maybe it keeps going up to 100 meters and then turns into an oculina reef.
That'd be pretty cool. Feels like it.
If you guys take a look at Stream 2, you can see the view from Sirius looking straight at the ROV, and you can see how it's blowing the umbilical directly behind the ROV.
Oh, right. Man, yeah.
Fairly strong current.
I see a different kind of fan.
Sort of straight ahead at 12 o'clock?
Yeah. I'm thinking this here.
Oh.
Like a little at 1.
I see.
Again, this is that tube we collected earlier, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Tube sponge, cluster of tubes.
Rosellid, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of that Vazella look to it.
Mm-hmm. But that Vazella is like really round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same we collected. And then the Madrepora next to it. So that's the zigzag coral is pink.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pseudodrift at the bottom.
Yeah, and tiny Aphroclistes just to the left of that. Yeah. Man, Aphroclistes is so abundant on these mounts.
I don't think we see it much anywhere else. You know, it's mostly here. I don't even know if I have a memory of it being anywhere but on a Lophelia reef. Pink fan. Yeah, I think that's Madrepora. Looks like a zigzag coral. So that's like 20, 30 centimeters wide. That's really nice.
It's quite a collection of these, isn't it?
There's a different white sponge. It might be Aphroclistes, really white. It's dead center. No.
That's just a funky looking Euplectellid.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
Almost cartoonish.
Right.
I don't see any of his shrimps.
No, that's a beautiful shot.
Mm-hmm.
Looking, maybe this is Dictyolis. Afterwards, we're going to stand some of those Euplectellids next to each other, the pictures, see if they really look like they're all the same thing or if we have multiple ones.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not right next to each other because they're really similar looking. Okay. Yeah, look at this Ariosoma possibly coming up. Pancake urchin. And you can see the tips of some of the spines on the upper left. You can see the little bulbs on the tips. Those are venomous, toxic. So we have a tendency not to collect these for good reason. They're also called pancake urchins. So when they come up, they actually flatten out. They can lose their... They can inflate and deflate with water. I think this is finally the top. Are we know? No? This is still not the top. It's just we're never going to see it. Yeah, it's the next one, maybe. Oh my God. It's 760.
Nice Anthomastus-like colony there.
Mm-hmm.
Little splash of red in this otherwise white and off-white landscape.
Yeah, it looks like Okeanos.
Okeanos tylodes.
And the bases of all the spines are pink, and then the tips are white. This is a huge reef. Really nice. Woo! Look at that.
Whoa, my Tinavore. That's what we were going to be diving with yesterday.
I know. I'm sorry. Bless you.
Thank you. So we have about, I would say, 10, 12 minutes left on bottom still.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is the top.
I don't know. We keep thinking tops, but we keep seeing more tops. So I don't know.
Do you want me to keep my iris down low, or do you want me to open it up?
What?
All right, so it looks like there's a high to our southwest. So can we rotate around and look to the southwest? Is that okay? Can you make that move? That's just what I'm looking on the multi-beam.
Looks like it goes down.
Yeah.
No, I think we're on top.
I'm thinking the multi-beam might be a little wacky. I can't imagine that. It's usually pretty accurate. So I'm looking at the high pack. Yeah, not your scanners. The high pack. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is it. Okay. So this is the tippy top.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good. Got a little fishy. A little pogo fish or something staring straight up into the water column. Hunting.
Nice. Wow. What else do we want to look at it in the rubble?
I don't know.
Among the rubble.
Want to do it here? Do our last water sample here?
Yeah, I think a water sample is a good. This is a good time for it. You have 9W.
Mm-hmm. Snapped.
Got it?
Yep. Yeah, so this is really heavily heavy on the live coral side, so I don't know, 60% living coral maybe? What do you think, 50% living coral?
Yeah,
and
50-60% coverage,
yeah. Nice rounded top.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. A couple euplectellids.
Extremely cool to think that organisms just living could make this whole structure.
Yeah.
It'd be really neat if they could core one of these someday.
Yeah, right. So you can see the Lophelia is really
Echinus
large
eating the
here.
Lophelia?
It could be. Got lots of polyps, living polyps next to it. It looks like the stem it's on, the polyps are dead. Right below it, see that? Right here? Okay.
6 minutes.
Yep. Yeah. Just keep poking around. We'll be good. Whatever you want to look at. Still getting that rippling in the water. Temperature. We're at 7.8 degrees here, and Sirius, which is what, 16 meters shallower, is at 8.5.
Oh, is that a jelly?
What do you
Just
see?
at the bottom right of the Lophelia? Or is that an anemone?
I see
is
anemone,
that anemone?
yeah.
Yeah, see, well,
a crinoid.
jellies are anemones upside down.
Yep.
So. And so that one was hanging upside down. It confused me. I suppose we could do some close-ups of just the framework. You know, get in there again. Just pick a spot, any spot where it looks nice and deep.
Go point out things. It's a nice field of coral on the top. Nice view.
Oh, yeah, we got a little...
What, Laemonema.
Laemonema.
Aphroclistes.
Ha.
Euplectellid. Yeah, Laemonema. That's Malinarum, I think.
Let's see.
If I'm going to guess.
Encrusting demo sponges in there. We see that yellow sponge. Probably out of time for collecting, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
such a small guy, yeah.
Oh. Some strawberry corals.
You want to take a look at one of those Anthomastus-like corals?
Yeah, go for it.
We zoom in on the little red patch, one or the other. Yeah.
Yep, dead center. Yeah, strawberry coral.
Yeah. Little small guy. I'm curious what the difference between Anthomastus and Pseudo-Anthomastus is.
No idea. One's not quite Anthomastus. That's the best I can tell you.
If it's octocorals, it means it looks exactly the same, only it's on the other side of the tree.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's convergent evolution, which we see a lot of in that group.
Mm-hmm. Little fishy getting some munches.
That was Pseudoanthomanthus.
Oh, is there a little worm or something up there? This is recent dead or, newly dead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think we know how long it takes for this, like the stages of Lophelia.
Yeah, to break
death,
down.
Yeah, so I really don't. I mean, new dead could be 100 years. Like, I don't know.
Sideroid up there.
Yeah.
Wow, what a cool dive.
Yeah, it was cool. Really nice. Nice and rich up here. Heavily filled with living coral. Which is what we expect. The tips of these are usually really alive. These bushes of dead standing is, my gosh, I mean, the whole thing's just covered in it. I really can't even differentiate colonies. It's just everywhere. Sometimes you can see there's like main colonies separated, but these just, I couldn't even tell you where they break apart. Very thick. All right. So we got 3 minutes left.
It's like New Year's Eve here.
I know, right? So we are 67 miles off the east coast of Florida on a deep sea Lophelia mound in the Million Mounds area. And this area is actually on the western part of the Blake Plateau. It has roughly 60,000 of these Lophelia reefs or mounds. We're not sure all of them are alive, but this one certainly was. Our deepest depth is 820 meters. Our shallowest depth is right about here, which is at 759. This is it seems, oh my goodness, is there another one in the distance? Yeah, like... Okay, so the shallowest part we got to was 759, but it looks like there's more ahead of us, so... ooh, there's a red thing. Yep, that looks like Immunida picta, possibly. Squat lobster, common squat lobster up here.
Yeah, we hadn't seen that, though.
This is the first one we've seen on this dive, I think. The shallowest feature, yeah, we're on the shallowest feature we got to, which is 758. That looks like Stylaster right there, and a bamboo coral. And some ophiuroids.
He said, "This is my mound."
He can have it because it's still not the tallest one. So, ha.
Yes.
Shows you.
That's right.
We have collected 9 samples. Let's see, 5 of which are water.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also got...
We're very rich in sponges.
Oh, yeah.
Into collection today.
Yeah, we did do a lot of sponge collections. We had 3. One of them was a Abyssocladia, which is a carnivorous sponge.
Yes,
and
exactly.
then 2 hexactinellids. And then we got this kind of like squishy ophiuroid, which no one knew the name of. So we're hoping a lot of these are either new, undescribed species.
Probably an ophiomyxid.
Ophiomyxid, okay.
Ophiomyxidae.
Yeah, so that's a family name. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, we're going into recovery mode. This is the last dive of this cruise, so this marks the end of dive 14 and the end of Expedition EX2107, Windows to the Deep 2021 by NOAA Ocean Exploration. So you can follow NOAA Ocean Exploration on Twitter at Ocean Explorer, or on Facebook at Ocean Exploration Research, or on Instagram at NOAA Ocean Exploration. Or you can follow me, Stephanie, at Deep Sea Nerdy on Twitter, or at Deep Sea Nerd on Facebook and Instagram. Or you can follow Alan at Collins_NOAA SI on Twitter, or Alan Collins Zoologist on Facebook. You can also tune in and look for updates using any of those social media feeds for the next cruise, which we're hoping is the Shakedown maybe in February, but I'm not making any guarantees on that. And I don't know where they're going. So, definitely not to this next mound, though. They're not doing that. Anything else, Alan?
No, just a terrific dive on this bioherm today. You know, we saw a lot of living Lophelia and so many associated fauna.
Yeah, it was a great dive. What a great cruise. Thanks so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. We hope you tune into the next one, even though it probably will not be Alan and I. We don't know who they're going to pick.
Very likely, yeah. But we might call in. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe I'll be on the chat at some point. Yeah. That doesn't mean I'm not going to see. Yeah, huh?
Congratulations on the expedition. Enjoy your ride home and enjoy your time off.
I will. Thank you. Thanksgiving is coming up, everybody, so have a wonderful holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year's, and Happy Thanksgiving to everyone and their family. We hope you have a wonderful time. And thank you so much for tuning in. And a golf clap, because we can't be really too loud in here, for our ROV pilots and engineers. They're geniuses at this.
Yeah.
And Chris Ritter, who makes them do their jobs. So, yay for Chris! He's also the one who calls the ROV off the bottom when we have trouble. So, you can blame him for short dives. That's his problem. His fault. Thanks, everybody. Oh, and our engineering team, our video engineering team is extremely good at what they do. Yes, so I've seen a lot of their video clippings and stuff, so they run them by us before they post them publicly. They will be posted on their website, which is oceanexplorer.noaa.gov.
Nice one.
Yeah. And you can see that, the highlight reels on there, and likely on Instagram. They should get posted to Instagram at some point. So I'm going to stop talking now, and I get a vacation after this. So
yeah, just a big, huge thank you to everyone.
And thanks for calling in and helping our scientists ashore. That's really helpful to us. We encourage you to do it with the next group that comes in, too. Even if it's not me and Alan, even though we're the best. Everybody knows it. So, bye, everybody.